What is up, ScarKnight, bringing you a brand new stream, day 22, where we're still continuing on trying to catch ourselves a retro Eevee and all that. I kept getting text messages early in the morning saying that I'm gonna get a blackout, but I don't think that's true at all, because there's a couple times where they're like, okay, we restore your power, and I'm like, what are you talking about? So I don't know what's that about, but so far we got 4 eggs. We're almost at level 52. We're still training Stratus, and we're gonna see what we're gonna do. We're more likely gonna train Tri-Shot as well, because we're for sure gonna get Retro to level 52. In case we do get a blackout though, I don't think I'm gonna like get back with the stream. I think that's just gonna be it for today, because like, you know, it's eventually gonna, I have to pick up a relative pretty much at like 6 o'clock, so like 5:45 is the latest I could go and everything. And you know, just bringing back the stream and having 2 different streams and trying to joining them into one, I'd rather just do the one. So yeah, without further ado, let's just go get it started. I should also put that our count actually should be 1267, only because the thing is, let me check the thing, hold on. The thing is, it's between 1264 and 1265. We missed one, and I forgot to mention that on Friday we actually missed out on an Eevee. We just ran from it, which I forgot to mention before. Let's see, I'm trying to remember what number. I think it was between 11:24 and 11:25. I can't read that. Oh god, that's worrying. That I ran like 11:24, 11:25, and then I also ran between a different encounter between 1264 and 1265. This was yesterday, so that's a total of like 6 Eevees ran from, so that's unfortunate. So yeah, there was also something else I forgot to mention, but I'll bring it up later, I would say. And also the fact that like I was trying to watch, well, there's a couple stuff that I watched. I would say that I had extra time yesterday, more so than I felt like I did. I don't know. Mostly because I ended the stream a bit early-ish. Like I still have, you know, I still had 4 hours and all that, but because my relative didn't work, I had a little bit more time, because we usually, you know, have family time and watch whatever, and then afterwards I do my own thing. And yeah, I don't know, I had extra time from now, and it was because, like, you know, since it's Labor Day weekend and all that, like a lot of people just have their days off and such. And when it comes to that, pretty much, like, because today and for the rest until the weekend it's gonna be regular time. But yeah, I don't know, I had like so much shit to watch. But let's start from like the whole Pikachu shorts thing, because we covered Pokemon 10 last night, and then you know, we also covered Barry as a character, and we were supposed to watch this other 3D movie, or not 3D movie, it's supposed to be called like Pikachu's Ocean Adventure. And in Japanese, they kept referring it to like 4D and everything like that. You know, again, this is like around the time where they had like the 3D era, where Spy Kids 3D and all that stuff, that they were using a lot of glasses, and it's a lot more common to see around that time frame that everything was making it 3D, because they thought they would make the most money out of that. But just like the similar movie with like Pokemon 3D Adventure, Find Mew and stuff like that, there's not really footage found of Ocean Adventure. Like, I tried looking for it, and it's the same thing as the other one. and it might be the similar thing where like they just kind of had it in a Pokemon festival and whatever's 3D or like 4D is like an event. And I think what they mean by 4D is because it's similar to Spy Kids and all that. Like what 4D means is like, oh, you could grab this little paper thing. It's almost like a ticket coupon, and you get to scratch it when certain scenes happen. It's like, oh, this is scene number 1, scratch number 1, and then it smells like cherries or something like that. Oh, scene number 2, scratch that, or something like that, and then it would smell like cinnamon. So that's kind of the 4D element of it. So it's supposed to be smell-o-vision or whatever. I think so. I don't know. I don't know how much well it would smell like that in an ocean adventure, because I imagine they would just smell like, you know, sea breeze or something like that. So I really don't know. And I saw a little bit of the trailer. Like, the trailers are available for whenever this event took place. This is just a theory. I can't really confirm that. I just don't think that they had it on TV because it requires 3D glasses, that they keep all that stuff vaulted and archived. So maybe in a future event that, you know, you'll be able to watch it. So it's unfortunate that you can't, but from the trailers, it seems like there's a Chatot involved, and there's also a treasure map involved. So this is a closer thing to a pirate theme, and that's unfortunate because I had like this whole Rugrats fucking Pikachu short thing that they would play like the Rugrats and all that, and it turns out that they kind of basically already did a pirate map thing as we get 1269. So that's unfortunate that that happened. So I don't know if I should think of something else for Pokemon 9, theoretically, if they were to have a short, because it feels rather weird to now, like, I don't know. It might be a little bit different either way, because, you know, I had like a pirate ship thing going on where, like, in this imagination world that they are going to be straight up like swinging on pirate ships and then, you know, having pirate clothes and all that. And in this one, they're looking for somewhat real treasure. I imagine it's not that amazing, but yeah, that's just from what I gathered in the Pokemon Ocean Adventure thing. So since I didn't watch that, I watched like the next one, which is called Pikachu's Island Adventure. And for some reason, Island Adventure kept on being referenced in the search of Ocean Adventure. Now, Island Adventure, I was a little bit worried too, because from the thumbnail it looked like, you know, a pirate ship place, but no, it was just a playground. So basically how that little short goes is that Pikachu and all the other Pokemon like Combusken and Squirtle and stuff like that. I don't think I've seen Bulbasaur. I don't know where Bulbasaur went or is going, because it wasn't in Ghost Carnival. I don't think it might have been, but I swear May always had it. When she had she found Bulbasaur first and then Squirtle, unless it was the other way around. I'm not sure, but you know, all the Pokemon come out, they're flipping around in the rocks and stuff like that, especially Squirtle, who does like double flips and everything. They go over to play in the ocean a bit. Pikachu's like, oh come on, we're almost at the island or something. For some reason Ash and his friends aren't around, but they want to go to this island for whatever reason, and then they notice in the distance that Wynot is there looking all sad and stuff, and he tells Wynot, or Wynot is telling all the Pokemon, and this is in English by the way, but Wynot's telling them what happened, so they show it in a flashback, and this is the first time that the commentator, you know how I mentioned with the Ghost Carnival and then like another like what the fuck is that other one called, like the festival one where the Zoomer's singing, Like, I watched that in Japanese with subtitles, and they kept talking for the Pokemon and voice act over it and all that. This is the first time the commentator talked for the Pokemon in English, and it throws me off, but I understand why they do it. But yeah, that's kind of for the most part the idea. Since, like, you know, you don't want to just hear them talk about it. I mean, it'd be easier if they would just, like, straight up off the bat, you know, just show the flashback, and then all the Pokemon cries won't really matter. As we got another Eevee right here. Thunderbolt. 1271. But yeah, why not shows what happened. Apparently, Meowth, Wobbuffet, Cacnea, Chatot, Exploud, and Hariyama. I'm not really sure where Exploud or Hariyama comes from, and I don't remember if Chatot was a part of James's Pokemon. I don't recall. But they showed up, and like they kicked all the Wynot out. There's like 6 Wynots, 2 Pichus, and a Weasel. I'm not really sure why they decided on this many on Wynots. I don't know if it's just a reference to like the Hoenn, like, you know, the island of where Wynot comes from, like Lost Island or whatever it's called. But Exploud used Roar and Hariyama used Whirlwind to force them out. And, you know, it was like a nice playground that's on this island and everything. So they felt bad that they were kicked out, and Meowth had a plan to what to do with this place. Like, he wanted to put like a wall with an observatory in the whole Meowth land, pretty much, and then just be proud of himself that he did it. I don't really know. I don't know. That is kind of a... I don't know what the word is. Because I almost said sociopath. I don't think sociopath's the word. But yeah, then the Pikachu gang started like giving Wynot like, oh, don't worry, we'll help you out or whatever. And this is a 20-minute short, I should mention. I don't know why lately, like, there's all these shorts has been 20 minutes lately, but yeah. Then Wynot walks over where all the other Pokemon are being hidden with like the 5 other Wynot, 2 Pichus, and Weasel. And, you know, they don't really have the most confidence, but Corphish was trying to encourage them to like, oh, I'll help you fight or whatever. So all the Pokemon starts rushing in and like tries to hit Corphish, and they can't even take him down. And the 2 Peaches are the ones that kind of did it too, that they tried to hit him and they didn't do a good job. So I don't know how he made it to Super Smash Brothers, but that's just how it is. And then I guess Eevee's also there. I forgot to mention that, but Eevee was trying to tell, maybe that's what happened. Maybe Bulbasaur was switched up for Eevee. But Eevee was telling Corphish to like go easy on them, but then Corphish started going a bit too easy. Like, as soon as he barely get brushed, like Corphish would pretend to get knocked over. At some point they asked about like the attacks and stuff that Wynot has and like all the other Pokemon. So they mentioned they got Counter and like Mirror Coat and Safeguard. So they had a plan to use that. So then they go on this boat that's like kind of on this rope that makes it to the island, and they start pulling the rope to try to get to it. Meowth and their gang started noticing that they're on their way, so they go on their boat to rush over with by pulling the rope on their end, except they had help with Hariyama and Exploud. They tried to get on the boat, but Meowth kicked them out because they were too heavy. But yeah, Hariyama and Exploud pushed them to go pretty fast off the boat as the other Pokemon are still pulling. And they started to play chicken a little bit, where one's boat's on one rope and then the other one's on a different one. Corphish then cuts the rope, letting the Meowth gang fall. And now like the Pikachu gang started making it to the island, and Meowth is like swimming in the water for a little bit, along with Cacnea and Wobbuffet. And I don't know if Chad taught this some boat drowning, I don't know. Eventually Hariyama and X-Cloud goes down and starts attacking them, and now they're surrounded by Meowth, who just magically goes on the island, I guess, somehow. I thought you needed the boat to get on the island, but they did. And then they all start fighting and chasing all the Pokemon. So like, Hariyama fights against Combusken, who, like, you know, he tried to whirlwind all the other Pokemon, but Combusken flamethrowers his hiney and everything. It burns Hariyama's tail, pretty much. Like, he doesn't have a tail, I'm just saying that. But X-Cloud's chasing another Pokemon, going through the little tire swings and getting stuck on that. And, you know, like, eventually the fight keeps continuing, and Hariyama and X-Cloud just keeps tripping over and such. Onto Meowth and Cacnea and Wobbuffet, because this is all like uphill going all the way to downhill and such. Meowth had enough, and he has Hariyama and X-Cloud to use Hyper Beam and Solar Beam, which I don't know if X-Cloud can learn Solar Beam. They could have just both used Hyper Beam, in my opinion, but that's what the commentator said, is that X-Cloud used Solar Beam. But yeah, they use Solar Beam and Hyper Beam, and they just fuck up the Pokemon. And I don't know why. Like, you know, just take that into note that they got hit by both these moves and everything. And then Meowth was like, "All right, you did it. All the Pokemon are knocked down." What are you reading about now? Oh, hey, what's going on, man? I was just talking about the Pikachu short. Because I'm at the part where I saw, it's called like Island Adventure and everything, that I watched. It was like a 20-minute short. I'm at the part where Hariyama and X-Cloud started hitting the Pikachu gang with like Hyper Beam and Solar Beam. Yeah, because they hit them with both those moves, and then after the fact, they try to do it again, but then like, why not? Who already got hit by both these moves, like, try to use, I think they said, well, the commentator said counter, but they use Mirror Coat. And, you know, keep in mind, like, you know, with Wobbuffet in general, like, you damage him, right, and then he does the counter or Mirror Coat onto them. So why not? Oh, fuck. That's another hysteric. Fucking A, man. That's like the fifth one. Well, I guess that's another one. I have too many of these. Okay, let's just try to throw an Ultra Ball. That's a quadruple one. Oh, there you go. Answer with anything in animated Pokemon plot armor. Yeah. I'll just send to the PC, I guess. See, that's already a lot of hysterics I got. Hold on, I'll go to the PC. I'm not ready to say that's a quadruple giveaway now. Well, it's a lucky day already, I suppose. It's not even 30 minutes in and I found a shiny. Okay, so let's put this in the box, because, well, I don't know if I could I move more than one Pokemon from here? I don't know if I can. I'll worry about that later. Let me, shit, I don't even know. Let's put it next to the Death Box, along with some other shiny Pokemon. Fuck, I realized that I put you there. Fucking A. Okay, well, what do you have anyway? Shiny Hysteric. Synthesizer, speed is up, defense is down. Mega Drain, Screech, Echo Voice, and Encore. Hasty Nature, and then Somewhat Bane. Okie dokie. Okay, let's move Shiny Feraligatr over here. I'll just put all the shiny Pokemon that is upon the giveaway over here. Along with this. So that's our third, our 3 Hysterics that's up for grabs, pretty much. And then the shiny Nosepass is also up for grabs. I don't know if I want to surrender the item. I guess I might as well take it. But this is the other one that I found. Just noticed that the boxes are really small. Yeah, it's like 16 of them, but there's like it's like 120 boxes. Yeah, that's it. And let's see here. Because this is the original one that I have, is Periwinkle. Well, then the Leaf Stone. That's what is used to evolve. I mean, a relative told me I should just like evolve one of them and have it like a living dex thing. So I could do that, but at the same time, I'm not sure. Because this one is Naughty Nature. I'm not really sure if that's better or not. Attack is up, special defense down. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be a special attacker. And then for this one that I also found, 49er, Magnet Pull, speed up, special attack down. Rock Blast, discharge, Sandstorm, Earth Power. And this is the other shiny that I found within the grass. Shiny Ladiant, Starlight, special attack up, attacks down, Swarm ability, Comet Punch, Baton Patch, Agility, Bug Buzz, Modest Nature, and Strong Will. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that'll gonna have to do. Alright. I probably should have tweeted, but like I'm not too excited over the you know, a 4th shiny Hysteric, but you know, what you gonna do? It's like finding like our 8th shiny Rattata or something to me. Okay, let's go continue onward. Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, like the Hyper Beam and Solar Beam, that already hit the Pokemon. All of a sudden, this Wynot is about to get hit by a second one, and they always use it like if it's a Reflect. And like, yeah, like Wynot is enduring both of these moves and reflecting it back and hitting Exploud and Hariyama, even though he's damaged. And like, Wynot, as we all know, like doesn't have that much health, you know. It's like level 15 is when it evolves, and they never fought in its life and stuff. Something that might be worth checking out at some point, if it makes sense to do it, is check if Magnet Pull increases Steel type encounters. Yeah, we could do that sometime. I'm trying to think to myself, what's the nearest place that has Steel types? Because I don't think this grass has any Steel types. Till 72 though. Okay, once we finish our Thunderbolts, we'll give that a go and test that out. I'm trying to remember what else happened to that, but yeah, like that's basically it that happened. That they all did that, and then the Meowth gang tries to attack him again, and then all of the Wynots starts, like, you know, well, they said Safeguard. I'm pretty sure they used Protect, but they started like fighting back, and Pichu did their little Thundershock, Thunderbolt thing, and Weasel used Sonic Boom, even though they said it was Razor Wind. I'm not sure. You definitely wouldn't want that right now since you're hunting Eevee. Yeah. I mean, I'll give it a shot either way. It's at like, you know, beat 500 Eevees anyway, and then the odds are reduced. Like, you know, me doing that for like, you know, a few encounters on a different route wouldn't hurt anything. But yeah, that's basically the whole premise of Island Adventure, though, is that Weasel used Sonic Boom and instead of Razor Wind, but and like, you know, the Pokemon fought back and everything, and then they played in the playground in the island, and Pikachu found out there was watermelons, and you know, they had fun with the watermelons and stuff, and they decided to, well, they saw Munchlax eat one of the watermelons and spit seeds out, and so like they thought it was a good idea to do a watermelon seed spit like competition, and that's pretty much it for the short. It's just, you know, they had their little fun at the end. So yeah, I don't know, it was like 20 minutes of that. I still couldn't watch any of the 3D or 4D ones, but that's for the most part. Are you looking for your Zygarde again? Let's see here. See, these hysterics are so fucking common. I'll see if I should. I mean, I might have to consider it. I don't want to put quadruple giveaway. It just seems a bit too much, because I already put triple giveaway in some of my posts. I was taking a nap after work. I might swing by the store for some food in a bit and be back in like 20. Okay. Where you about to head right now? There we go, that's Eevee right there, 1273. Oh, probably. Okay, well, I'll be here when you get back. Before I get too distracted. Alright, it's all good. I'll see if I'll find any more shiny Hysterics while you're gone. Jigglypuff. But yeah, that whole Hyper Beam and Solar Beam thing, I really don't know if it was if X-Cloud can learn Solar Beam. I don't remember. Like, the moves that I always see X-Cloud learn is like Hyper Beam, Hyper Voice. I mean, I don't remember what other moves I usually give X-Cloud, but like, you know, he's a special attacker for a normal type, which is a rarity. So a lot of the time it's like Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, or Ice Beam. I'm pretty sure you can learn Thunderbolt. These other moves I do remember that he could learn as well, but yeah. Let's see here. Bremen. Let's see. Jigglypuff. See, the watermelon thing, from what I've seen on the short, was kind of interesting, only because like it reminded me of like the whole Ice Age thing when they were doing all that. So yeah, with the whole bullet seed competition or whatever, the Wynots were like capturing the distance of it and using a flag. Because at first it was because Donphan was on there and he's the one that shot it first, and then like I think it was Combusken that tried to shoot afterwards and he didn't pass Donphan, but of course Pikachu, when he shot his fucking bullet seed, it hit the freaking post on the playground. So yeah, I don't know. This is why, like last time when I mentioned about the whole the competition with the Easter egg thing that I made up, that I wasn't gonna give it to Pikachu, I gave it to Sudowoodo. Okay, there we go. 1274. This is some bullshit that Pikachu keeps winning everything. But we'll see for next time. We still got like 13 more movies to go either way. And as I mentioned before, I've been trying to binge watch Twisted Metal, and I finished watching the first season because I had some extra time yesterday. And I mean, I like the season for the most part. Like, once I'm finished watching all of the, like, season 2 and everything, I'm gonna see if I can find a Let's Play of somebody playing Twisted Metal, and hopefully it's entertaining to watch. Because I know it's like an old PlayStation game, and I don't know how many Twisted Metal playthroughs there are, or how many even games there are. Because the most, from what I remember, as I mentioned with Sweet Tooth, is Sony PlayStation All-Stars. Because, like, I wanted to see what was that game about, because you know, it was pretty similar to Smash Bros and all that. Except Sweet Tooth's design was slightly a bit different, because like in the show he has like a little bit of the red clown hair and stuff that's a part of the mask, but in the game he doesn't have that. It's just always flaming head on his head, flaming hair on his head, pretty much. But yeah, it's interesting nonetheless. I think they did a good job. I thought they were gonna feature Sweet Tooth a lot more, to be honest, in the series, like without spoiling stuff. And the girl that I was thinking of isn't named Raven. Raven's the new San Francisco CEO, like I thought of. The other girl, they just keep calling her Quiet. They still don't know her real name, even in the first season. But there is other racers as well, some of which I don't remember. Like, whenever they say a character's name, I started picking up that maybe they're a character in the game, because you know, there's characters like Pizza Boy and Petunia and Mr. Slam, where some are like, I'm pretty sure they're actual characters in the game. But who knows? It'd be pretty cool if they were. I'm pretty sure the Preacher is one of them as well. What else is possibly that? I don't know. It'll come back to me. Like the Preacher, and then they introduced a different character that had, like, he had like the picture that was shot on his back and everything. Like, he's turned around. I'm not sure who that reference is, because I don't play Twisted Metal. But I mean, I was intrigued, and I like that Samoa Joe, he's like a wrestler. He plays pretty much the body of Sweet Tooth, and then like Will Arnett is the voice of Sweet Tooth. They're doing the whole Darth Vader thing with him. Because Will Arnett is like the voice of Batman. Or at least Lego Batman, I should say. And he has a very distinct voice. I think he does a good job with like voice acting and stuff. But yeah, I would say I enjoyed the show. It didn't seem too focused on cars or anything like that, because I don't know what else you do in Twisted Metal besides like race and try to destroy and stuff. But there was a good balance of story and stuff like that. It keeps making me think though, like there's a few thoughts I had in my head, because they kept saying like Far East the worse it gets, and then there's like worse people, but like, you know, in Vegas that's where Sweet Tooth was living, and that's almost damn near all the way west. I mean, it's not all the way west, but like it's not too far east that, like, I don't know, I consider Sweet Tooth to be probably the, you know, the worst one to come across with, like, throughout the whole US post-apocalyptic thing or whatever. So I don't know, I think this would have been much worse, in my opinion, to have I don't know, like, there's the Preacher, and then like he is dangerous because he has like a full cult and everything, but I still think that Sweet Tooth would be the worst one to go cross the valley or anything. Like, he set his own head on fire on purpose and stuff. But yeah, They did a little bit of the origin episodes on certain characters, like the police officer, and they did a little bit on Sweet Tooth as well. And it doesn't answer all the questions per se. Like, there's still a little bit missing. Like, we still don't know Sweet Tooth's like real dad or everything. Because, you know, he mentioned about like his parents are liars. Because I don't think he was talking about Wesley or whatever the fuck his name is. And it doesn't also answer, because it shows off the little paper bag thing, because he sees it as his best friend. I think the bag's name was Horace or Harold or some shit like that. And I should remember, considering that I binge watched all of it, but it doesn't answer the question about the gasser fluid, the lighter fluid, I mean. But it does show that the paper bag was there, which I guess it could be implied that he sees it as his best friend because that was his highlight of the day, was like the food that he would get or something, over his parents or like his job or, you know, his career or anything like that. But yeah, it doesn't really answer the lighter fluid part, but I'm sure maybe it will at some point. As for the cop, it doesn't really, I don't know. I guess it did answer the question about him like enforcing the law and all that stuff for the smallest shit, but it doesn't. It doesn't really answer the fact of like how he got the police station sorted and organized. I mean, I guess in the long term, I suppose if he gets a big enough group of officers, but I don't know. Like, there's some stuff that makes sense to me, but then there's other parts where I'm all like, I feel like there's missing some stuff with Officer Stone. And then there's even still questions about John Doe, and I don't really fully know that one. But I'm sure that one's gonna be answered for sure in, like, you know, season 2. Because the ending kind of showed something, you know. But yeah, I don't know. I find it pretty interesting. Like, they technically showed the whole quiet origin things, but I don't think they didn't show the part where she transferred from her job of like collecting oranges to like, you know, working for them in the beginning. They kind of showed it like 3 years already passed and stuff like that. So I would have liked to saw the realization that it's not what her dream turned out to be as well. 1276. Because it took me a while to realize that you know, the people were like, you know, making jewelry out of body parts and shit like that. But I don't know. That's okay. If you guys watch the show and everything, then you guys would understand. But like, I thought for a bit, like when 2 of the women showed up, it was like a whole. I thought they were like looking at each other's earrings, and it was like a rated R thing because they were showing each other that like, oh, these are dudes' private parts, because it kind of. I can't tell if they were fingers or that, if you know what I mean. But I thought it was just that these girls are like just bonkers or some shit, so they were doing that, and that's what all the women in the inside did. But no, it just seemed like it turned out to be an Orange County thing where they cut off the body parts of their servants if they don't obey. So yeah. I'm trying to think of something else. They listed Bloody Mary in the eventual tournament, but I don't know. I thought she was out. 1278. But yeah, I mean, eventually I'm looking forward to seeing that. I was gonna watch Invincible over the weekend, but I changed my mind because, like, at that point when I was about to start watching, it was like 5 a.m. for me. And then I was like, nah, if I watch this, then I'm gonna end up like, you know, I don't want to sleep too late because it's already late. And then it turns out I stayed up for an hour and a half more later, which is more than the episode offered. So yeah, that's kind of what happened. So yeah. I mean, I slept pretty late last night, to be honest with you. But I don't know. Lately, for some reason, there's people outside that just leave their car on for like 3 fucking hours, and I could hear the engine. Like, I don't hear it too well right now, but that's just what they've been doing for the past week, and I don't understand why. I think they're just chilling in their car, just talking and listening to the radio, vibing or some shit. But it sucks sometimes, because like, if I'm trying to sleep, they just have it on, and it's very noticeable. And like I said, especially this morning, I kept getting text messages from like Smut or something, go like, "Oh, your power's out" or whatever. We'll fix it. And then I keep getting messages saying like, "Oh, it's fixed. Don't you worry." And I don't notice anything that like, because sometimes you could kind of tell when you have a blackout because a lot of the electrical equipment would like reset or something. Like, for example, like a microwave that shows the time, it would reset the timer or something like that, like the clock, and then you would have to change it again because it would be flashing like 12 o'clock or 12:12 or whatever the hell, or 000, and it wasn't doing that. And yeah, it's, I mean, it's interesting nonetheless. I don't know. Let's see if there was anything else. I should probably check my messages before I forget. Got another Eevee. We're getting quite a bit of Eevees today, but every time I say that, it's when it dips down. It's like if I call it out, it gets worse and worse over time. 1279 though. Okay, let's go continue. Wait, is that 3 Eevees in a row? Is that 3 Eevees in a row? No way, that's a first. Holy crap. 1280. I need to look at that back. I need to remember that. How many? Do I have one more Thunderbolts or what? I can't fucking... Oh, I have no Thunderbolts, okay. Alright. Well, if I was back, I would have showed off the steel type thing. We could put that to the test. Usually they do keep a good word in for it. Okay, so steel types. Let me see. Hold on. We'll test it out. Well, I mean, yeah, no, it's fine. Hold on. We'll test it out. Actually, we'll test it out with 49er. Or should I wait? Yeah, let's just wait a little bit. We'll wait till he gets here. And then we'll test it out. For the moment, I think I'm gonna take the social media break and then, okay, the egg is hatching. Okie dokie. Is this... What number is this? Oh, I don't remember actually. 98? Or am I wrong? I'm trying to think because I think it finished at like 96. 90, or no, 98. I think it's 98. Okay, well, let's go fly over and get ourselves another egg. in my head I was thinking to myself, okay, well when the next egg hatches, then he should be back on time for that. But then literally the egg hatched as I was thinking that. Okay, let's go back to... Hopefully his name is... Yeah, it's 97, and then this is 98. Oh, welcome back. Alright, well that was quicker than I thought. We just hatched another Eevee egg and stuff. Adaptabilities, neutral nature, serious nature, somewhat of a clown. Okie dokie. I'm gonna take the time to test out the nose pass since you're here then. This is the one with Maniple, right? Okay. Alright, so one place that I know... oops, I didn't mean to put that. Fuck. I guess that's the shortcut to go to the Pokédex. I think the place to... I'm trying to remember when the map, or was it? Is it... I think it's over here. I think this is where the cave I'm thinking of is. In this cave, there's like a steel type Fakemon, so this is a good place to look for it. So it should theoretically bring more. Ideally, you want to use it where there are few steel types to bring out their odds. Yeah. In this cave, mostly ice Pokemon are here, but there is like a steel poison type. So we'll see. Does it always like get out 100% or something? So that's an ice type Pokemon straight off the bat. Is it just a more likelihood, or is it supposed to be guaranteed? I really hope it is this floor, because I don't know. Okay, well that's the steel type right there. It's been a while since I looked it up. It's boosted odds, I think. Yeah, this is the steel poison type right here. I don't know at the top of my head what's another steel type that could be accessible. Let me... Oops. Oh, I can't use my fucking hoverboard here. Bergmite. It's a niche thing you can do that's never mentioned. Yeah, I know for Magnipole and Static, or not Static, but Lightning Rod, or maybe Static too, but Beta does that. Let's see here. Okay, let's try 3 more encounters to see if he'll pop up. Because so far Blingrim isn't popping up as much. Okay, Sneasel. Oh, there's another Blingrim. I can't really tell the difference if it's popping up more, because Blingrim is kind of an uncommon mon. Because I only ran into like 3 of them. Cerebi, if the Pokemon's in the lead spot, the chances of encountering steel type wild Pokemon increases severely. I ran into more Sneasels than Blingrims. Let's see here. So it's probably not in this game then. Unless it's treating Blingrim differently or something, I'm not sure. Okay, let's go switch you to the top. Okay, let's go over here to the Pokemon thingy. Shiny Nosepass here. Get ourselves the egg, and let's go fly over here. Wait, I did get the egg, right? Okay, yeah. Okay, just checking. I just sometimes get one of those moments where I'm like, wait, I didn't just leave it behind, right? But yeah, it's all good. All right, let's continue on with this whole thing and everything. What food did you end up getting anyway? So you imagine that the fucking Nosepass that has like Magnet Pool has all of a sudden it just attracts normal Pokemon or something. Gas station sandwich and some breakfast stuff for tomorrow. Ah, gotcha. I think I ran into like 3 Eevees while you were away, like all back to back. I have to look back on that to see if it was true or not. Because I swear it was like 3 Eevees back to back, and that's a rarity. Like every now and then I would run into 2 Eevees back to back, but having 3 is insane. Coins are also 5%. Let's see here. Well, besides the Magnet Pool and lightning rod and stuff, was there like another ability that kind of works like that for a different type that we're not considering? Like, you know, besides, I think Swarm, or no, I don't remember what Swarm, if it did anything in the outside of the battle. I don't think Swarm did actually. 1281. Because I know that like different abilities like Mug's ability recalls Pokemon and shit like that, and then something like Vileplume's ability kind of lures in Pokemon so you get more encounters or something. I forget, but like I don't know if there's like specific types abilities that draws them in besides electric and steel. They should have made Storm Drain do that for water. They should just do that for all the types. Just have an excuse to do that. I'm reading into them right now. Give me a sec. Okay. Cause it'd be funny if like for normal types or something, it's just like sandwich stains or something, and then that draws in normal Pokemon. They're like, oh, I know you have an extra sandwich. It's kind of the logic there. For fire types, it could be like heat source or something. But then again, you could just say that about like all the types: water source, ice source, or cold source, whatever. Let's see. For the grass types, it probably like fertilizer. Flying type. I don't know. Apparently, arena trap, eliminate, and no guard, double encounter odds in general. Huh. Hold down. And then, well, I mean, I didn't know arena trap and no guard did that. I've heard about eliminate doing that though. See, what would have been cool in this game if they implemented like the sweet scent thing, so I could get like a horde encounter. That'd be pretty cool. Deglade, Duck Trio, Trapinch, have arena trap. Yeah. For flying types, for like an ability, it has to be something called nesting, or I don't know. I'm not sure what the ability would mean, but that's just what I keep thinking of. Bug type Pokemon, frickin' Hive Trap, I don't know. Another one. 1282. And for anybody that's also in the stream, we caught a shiny Hysteric earlier, like about 30 minutes in, or 15 minutes in, depending if you're watching in post-VOD as well. Because I cut out like the first 10 minutes or so, so it'd probably be around the 20-minute mark. In Magic the Gathering, you can have flying units get hit by something with the enchantment reach, like something like that. Yeah. See, for the flying thing, I could imagine like something called like the Icarus Curse or something. That'd be a cool enchantment name for that, just to force flying things down. Since like Icarus is all like about, oh, you don't get too close to the sun, don't go too close to the ocean. Because it almost sounds like a curse, the Icarus Curse. Pip barely flies himself, and he's Kid Icarus. He let me down a few times in Smash. Few B-ups too many. You know what really messed me up when I was younger playing Smash Bros? Is playing like with Ness and Lucas. Well, I think more so Ness because, well, I mean, okay, well, it's getting me to a whole different branch of like what I could talk about, but I'll talk about Ness first. The ability Harvest Boost encounters with grass. Oh. Who has Harvest Boost? Like Trevenant or something? Ness is toxic. Oh yeah, true that. But like the first time I tried to use Ness and trying to figure out how to beat up, because all the other characters are pretty self-explanatory, where it's like Mario just beats up and jumps higher, Kirby just keeps puffing up. Ness, you have to like hit yourself with lightning and shit, and I'm like, bruh. And it took me a while to figure it out, because you could see it with like the computer players doing that, and you know, back then it's a lot harder to figure that shit out in the game, you know? They don't just tell you these things and you don't see it in like the trailer or something. So like the first time me playing NES when I was a kid, I was highly confused. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? He just shoots lightning and then I die. What the hell? I didn't realize I had to hit myself. Execute both Eevos, Tropius, Phantom, and Evo, and small up with Evos. Harvest is also a hidden ability. Oh. I think I remember Tropius having it. Phantom. Oh yeah, Phantom and Trevenant, yeah. I'm not too familiar with Small Lift. I keep forgetting the evolution. Isn't it like, fucking A? Isn't it still like pure grass or something? I remember when I speculated back then and I said Smoliv could be a flying type in the future. It could be the Route 1 bird. I mean, I knew I was kind of wrong, but like I like to think that you know, with the olive turning into an olive branch and then becoming like a dove would have been pretty neat. Gen 9, I believe so. Yeah. It would have been a neat idea, a different approach to a Route 1 bird. But like, I think my worst character in Smash though, is probably Roy. Because when I played, I 1283 by the way, I remember going to, I don't even know whose house this was. It might have been like a different relative or something. But I visited somebody's house, and there's some people that I don't know. And I was playing with the relative of mine as well, and we all played Melee. And I picked Roy. I could not play Roy to save my life. Holy shit. I was terrible with Roy. And like his B-up is so crooked, it got me killed every time. Every time. I did not understand him, and I think I still don't. And I know a lot of people like Roy and stuff. I could not play him. It's to the point where everybody else in the room is like, who's Roy? And I'm like, it's me. It was really bad. I might have to make it up someday, like play Melee again and do that. LMAO, I didn't realize, but apparently Intimidate also reduces encounters. Makes sense, but I never realized. Oh, I didn't know that either, actually. What the hell? That's a strat for the future. They should keep that in mind in future Nuzlockes and stuff. This guy, alright, who could we use into significantly lower odds? 1284. That'd be pretty cool though. I'm trying to think in my head if there was ever a situation where I relied on my ability in the overworld like that in the Nuzlocke. I'm trying to remember. I think I did once. Something like that. It mainly works if your mind is higher leveled. Yeah. I think I used soft boiled one time on like Crystal Vetlock, and I never used it in the overworld, and it threw me off so badly because like it would give the Pokemon HP, and I was hyped for it and everything. I remember like audibly go like, oh, and then like I got confused when Chansey's health went down. I'm like, oh, that's how it worked. What the fuck? But like in the game, in battle, it like heals herself, so it made no sense to me. But yeah, it was interesting nonetheless that you could use soft boiled, like if you could use cut or surf or something. It had like a teleport side effect thing, I guess. I guess not many people would know about that because Chansey's really hard to come by in Crystal version. Like, you would have to, don't you have to like Wait, no. Isn't it available in like Lavender Town or something? And then you, because people have to trade it for not Lavender Town, but the fucking grass below Silence Bridge or something like that. And then you could trade it for an Aerodactyl. Static and Lightning Rod both increase electric encounters. Yeah. I'm trying to think of a situation. I know it'll come up at some point. I like Chansey is like a 1% encounter in some areas. Don't recall where though. Well, red, blue, and yellow is mostly Safari Zone and Cerulean Cave. Gen 2, I'm pretty sure it's like the route next to Fuchsia, but it's like super rare, and it's very late game, because like to get to the 5th gen, I mean, unless you just straight shot there, then I guess. 3rd gen, I have no idea. I have no idea if it's even available to like, unless you trade it in or something. Is it available in 3rd gen? I don't think it is. I don't think I've ever come across it. 4th gen, I mean, Happini is given in an egg and like Diamond and Pearl version. Shit, I don't know at the top of my head where to find Chansey in 4th gen though. 5th gen, I think post game? Black 2 and White 2, they have more Pokemon common. After that, I have no idea completely, to tell you the truth. All the rest of the gen's a bit more spotty for me. But 5th gen, I feel like since Audino is available pretty often and is basically the Chansey of the game. I mean, I feel like I used to know where Chansey was located from. Man, I don't recall. Sticky Hold and Suction Cup increases bite chance for fishing. Oh yeah, I have heard of that. I think I'm trying to remember if that was the strategy we used. I think we might have used that strategy to like for like the shiny fishing contest that we were doing for X. I could be wrong. I might have used it. I don't remember what Pokemon I used for that, but yeah. Sundering increases water type encounters. Oh, it does do that. Okay, cool. I figured it would. I'm like, that makes sense to me. They need to make a normal type one. If there is, I'll check my PC box, but I really doubt I have an ability that synergizes with it. Seems like Arena Trap would be your best bet, to be honest. To increase my odds and encounters, or like, because I mean, I'm not really having so much like running into Pokemon, but more so like running into the same Eevee encounter. It works even when the mon is fainted. For Arena Trap? Well, I mean, for the most part, I mean, I'm like, for the series, it's still kind of a Nuzlocke. I don't want to kill off my Pokemon. But, yeah. I don't know if I have an Arena Trap mon. I mean, I could check. Hold on. I mean, more encounters in general means that you have a higher chance. I suppose that's true. I mean, it doesn't take me long to get in the encounters either way. Because, like, it takes like 1 second and then boom, I got another one. Only every now and then when, like, I'm reading and then I accidentally go too much to the right. Because sometimes I'd be like over here doing this shit and I get off the flowers. But yeah, actually once the egg hatches, I'll look at the PC to see if I have a arena trap mon of some kind. Just arena trap though, right? Just like as a in general thing. I mean, you also said illuminate. Well, I mean, for the Pokemon that has higher encounter rate abilities, are they also included in, like, it doesn't matter if they're fainted or something? Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Lady N. Yeah, last night as well, I was watching a video on like, cause it just was on my feed. It said something about like ROM hacks of August 2025 and stuff like that, and that was interesting. I looked at it, and I haven't really followed all the ROM hacks like that. Correct? Yeah. Like, really, if like I see other PokeTubers play it, that, you know, it gets to a point where it's kind of hard to avoid that people are playing it because they like it or something, like if Munching Orange and Shady Penguin and you know, like Game Boy Lou plays it, then yeah, it has to be something prominent that other people wants to see. That's when I keep track of it. But like with the channel that I saw, they were talking about it, and the Pokemon Rebirth looks pretty good. It was like based on the Johto region for like a few years after the fact or something like that. And I know you haven't seen any of the story with Xenoverse or anything like that, but in this game they usually have like their characters pop up on screen like if they were talking to each other, kind of, except like in Rebirth they kind of had it a little bit more animated, where you could see like Faulkner, for example, like talking to you. I think I saw Rebirth. Yeah, it looks really good, to be honest. Maybe eventually I'll play it, but it's gonna be a long ass time from now. Yeah. Unless that would be like a future chapter, but I don't know. I would have to find Eevee first or something like that. It would be cool as shit. I don't even know if that game is finished or if it's just still starting. I haven't really watched too much of like Pokemon Rogue because that was trending for a while, like a few months back. I only seen like one person play it, and I don't really know. I kind of don't know about the aftermath, like what, because that person didn't even play it that much, so I don't know how far does it get, or like, because it's like constant battles. It's like battle back to back, and it's almost like a challenge, like a whole different thing. Isn't it from like a different concept or something, like from a different game? That's roguelike, I guess. I don't know. Because it'd be cool to see it from start to finish. I don't think I came across that though at all. Let's see here. Jigglypuff. Looking up the Xenoverse wiki, they have no outside of battle effect for Magnepool, but they have one written for Arena Trap. Yeah, I mean, from what I gathered on the Xenoverse wiki, it's not like the most reliable thing, because that's where I saw like the you know, Route 10 encounters, because that's the route I'm in, and it shows Chansey 0%, and then at 10% at night, or whatever it is, or 5%, or 4, I forget what it is. I'm pretty sure it was 10%. But we saw that from Friday that it turned out to be 10% throughout the day. So there's some inconsistencies on there. Another Eevee. And the day that the retro Eevee comes out, it's gonna be so anticlimactic for you, I imagine, because it's gonna be like, oh, that's it. Because there's literally like the green Eevee that you see on the thumbnail. Apparently Toxapex X also has Arena Trap. Yeah. That's the whole premise with the this game, pretty much. There's like Xenoversal Pokemon. Because the Rapidash that I have in my team, that's a Rapidash X, and it's like flying type. And if it goes below half, I think it becomes electric flying. It used to be different though, with like the boss battle and stuff, because you know, one end he'll be flying type, and then the other end he'll be electric flying. It's supposed to be a storm reference or such. Whack. Yeah, because like for the boss battle that is electric flying, like it's completely broken, and once you get to use them, it got completely nerfed. Because like not only did that Rapidash X event that was like electric flying and had like multiple health bars, it had like drizzle, and it had like thunder, it had weather ball, it had what else it had? I think it had like, I don't know if it had blizzard or something. No, not blizzard. What's another guaranteed move in the water? Shit, I used to know this. Hurricane, I think. Thunder, weather ball, hurricane, and some fourth move. I don't remember. But it fucking destroys team. And it let me down as soon as I got him. It's like, oh, they changed the ability for me, but then they give this fucker drizzle. Or maybe he just had rain dance as his fourth move. Yeah. Thunder, hurricane, weather ball, but the weather ball was water because of the rain. It was broken. It was really, really strong for no reason. Put a dent in a lot of people's teams, but yeah, just having the effect of like basically the fetus and then changing his type, I feel like it would throw me off even if I got my Pokemon low enough, and then go like, okay, well now I'm electric flying, now I have to consider my other weaknesses. And there's some cases that it could be worse, you know, maybe I don't want to be electric flying, maybe that's Smackdown and now you can hit me with like a fucking earthquake. Usually certain moves works in the appropriate weather. Yeah. I don't remember what fourth move he has, but I'm almost certain he starts with drizzle. Or maybe the place was already raining from the boss battle or some shit like that. But it was pretty devastating, to say the least. And yeah, there's other X Pokemon too. Like there's Elekid X, there's like Sharpedo X, there's Galvantula X. But that's like, I don't know, that's the interesting part of the game that a lot of people like playing. I'm not too crazy about the Toxapex X, but that's in the 7th gen. Because I look ahead in this game, because like, you know, from what I was saying about like Pokemon Rebirth, like, you know, when you look into a game and see other people play it, that's kind of how it was for me for Xenoverse, because I'm all like, do I really want to nuzlocke it? And when I watched the whole game and everything, it turned out that I did, because I really liked the game a lot. So, and since I already saw ahead of the game, I might as well get prepared for it. I hope Nintendo adds more weather effects and actually uses them. I'm not big on it only ever naturally raining. I don't remember if it was like that or not for this game, I mean. But yeah, it would be cool if they did add some more stuff to it. when I was thinking about like other Pokemon typings and stuff of what I can make, like when I got around to cast form, um, like he didn't use all of the typings. He just, you know, becomes water, fire, and flying, basically, with like, or no, water, fire, and ice. My bad. And I feel like he should be flying electric and ground, because like you could have like the sandstorm effect, even though it's not technically a weather, and then flying type because of the tornado and making it a windy day, and then like electric because of the thunder stuff and everything. Like they could do a lot with it. I don't know what cast form evolution would be or something like that. It would be interesting. Because I'm not really sure what cast form is technically supposed to be, because he's like a little, you know, I don't even know what to describe him. He's like the Pillsbury Doughboy if they only shot out the head, off of the little pastry thing. That's just what it reminds me of. That has like a little nutsack on the bottom. That's basically cast form. Fuck, looking up shiny odds and I think I'm reading it wrong. It says fishing is 1 out of 50 per fishing left. Yeah, that and egg catching, I think, but I'm getting the shit out of the stick because I'm almost at 100, basically. Or no, I have 98. Yeah, I'm about to hit 100 very soon. Okay. Ditto. You have imposter? No, you don't. And there is Pokemon within this game that has like hidden abilities. As you saw, like that Ditto that has imposter, that's a hidden ability for this game. Because I'm pretty sure regular Ditto is like fucking like what, Limber or some shit like that. Let me know. Apparently there's a shiny Magikarp you can buy for 1 million Poké-Dollars. In Xenoverse? I don't think I have 1 million Poké-Dollars. I don't even know where. I never heard of that. Where's that available? If I feel like you do better research than I do, I didn't even know about that there's a shiny Magikarp available. I'm not sure how you got from that with fishing and then from that other thing. Because when I search up stuff, I go for specifics and oh, apparently in Sacred Paradise. Yeah, that's the place that I mentioned with the pink grass before. That's like a DLC area. I'm not even there yet. I look up the shiny page. Oh. Yeah, the Sacred Paradise I think is like beyond 7th gym, I'm pretty sure. On the wiki, yeah. But yeah, the Sacred Paradise, they had like a timed event where there's pink grass, and then that's when you could find vintage mons more commonly. And like your only chance to get certain ones, and because since that was timed event and that time event is over, they removed that grass, so then there's certain vintage mons not available, which is what the dude was saying in like the in the Reddit page. And like I said, it made me concerned because I'm all like, oh shit, is Eevee included in this? But no, I think they mean like other ones, like the hamster tiger thing and shit like that. I mean, unless he's available in a different, oops, I meant to, unless he's like meant for a different Pokemon or whatever. Looking into vintage odds, I think you were right. 1 out of 4,000 for normal odds, 1 out of 500 after defeating 500 defeated of that mon. Yeah, so like my counter right here, 1287, it's really 787 because I included the 500 when I beat all the Eevees, so that's why I was keeping count. I'm still getting the shit end of the stick with both shiny odds, with like even hatching a shiny egg. But from what I've read, it's impossible to hatch a vintage mon. But you know, at least I got a chance to hatch a shiny mon at least, because the vintage mon is in a different category. Damn. Yeah. But it's all good. I mean, eventually when we get it, it's gonna be pretty hype. And then I get to use my future plans, like once I get back into YouTubing normally and making videos again. Let's see here. You know, outside of streaming videos. I know that this also counts as a video, you know, VODs. It's just one letter off, but, you know, still. By the way, 167k chance for a shiny vintage. Yeah, no, that's insane. Yeah, I saw something like that. I was like, nah. Honestly, I'd be upset if I got a shiny vintage. Because if I get a shiny vintage Eevee, I'm gonna be so pissed off. Because there's a specific reason why I really want to use a vintage Eevee in my team. Like, it'd be so clean. But like, if it's a shiny vintage, it would literally ruin everything. I would be so upset. You would be so comically under odds. Yeah. Nah, that'd be... Imagine, 67,000 encounters and I still haven't found a fucking vintage Eevee. I'd be so pissed off. That's like a whole... I'd be at 2026 by then. Oh man, that would be so annoying. I don't even want to think about that. I mean, I'm finding every other fucking shiny in this route. I found like 5 shiny Hysterics, I killed one off, and I caught like the other 4. And it's shiny Nosepass, and shiny Ladian, and shiny Jigglypuff, and shiny Ditto. Release immediately. Yeah. I haven't found a shiny Coin, and I haven't found a shiny Chansey yet, which is kind of part of the reason why I have a Chansey in this thumbnail. Should I put Coin in the next episode? I don't know. I ran out of ideas for thumbnails, to be honest with you. I didn't think I was gonna be 22 days in. I think I am gonna change the thumbnail for today anyway, since I caught another shiny Hysteric, but it's gonna look bad because it's just gonna be cluttered with shinies and people won't understand, to be honest. But we'll see. Because I had this little... Well, I mean, it's a... I don't know if it's considered an inside joke, but like, one of the thumbnails when the first time I caught the second shiny Hysteric, I just had them all cluttered in the corner where both shiny Hysterics are looking at the Nosepass, the shiny one that is. So now that there's 3 of them, then they're all gonna be looking at Nosepass judgmentally. It's not gonna look the best, but that's kind of intentional that the thumbnail's not supposed to look the best because it's supposed to look cluttered and stuff. You got more of a plan for your thumbnails. Or wait, you asked that as like a question. You could have more of a plan for your thumbnails. I mean, they're pretty much run out. Like besides today, like, you know, later tonight I'll work on the thumbnail and stuff. Like I don't have my usual thumbnail making stuff. It's like different color backgrounds or certain ranges. Yeah. Like, cause I just use Microsoft Paint, so like at this point, cause somebody else made the thumbnail for me, and like he went up basically to 15, and then I just did the rest pretty much. As in maybe every 500 encounters for like every 5 episodes. Maybe. I don't have the resources to... I mean, I kind of like how the thumbnail is as it is, like with the black and white look. Like, I like the original 5 thumbnails I had. That was like somebody else's idea to completely change the font, because I wanted him to replicate the metallic look. But I still think it came out pretty good, to be honest. But like ever since then, I kind of been replacing the numbers, and then, you know, went from there. He did go from like 1 through 24, except he like misspelled one of the words, which didn't really make sense to me. Like, he does have dyslexia, but because he said he couldn't read whether it was a H or a N or whatever, but like hunting has both letters within the word, so that didn't make any sense to me. So I don't know. I'm just saying, if you are stressed about it being new every time, since you can effectively cheat while reusing some of the same pics. Yeah. I mean, I'm not too stressed about it. I mean, I'm not quite run out of like, you know, Pokemon yet. Cause, you know, there was at one point I used a Gigantamax Eevee for one of my thumbnails. That was like when I got close to 1,000, or maybe it was when it was 1,000, I don't remember. 1288. And, you know, like, I put Halucha, which is in... He is in this route, and I put Mega Halucha, which he's not even in this game, clearly. Like, you know, shit like that. And, you know, eventually I will put Ditto over in the thumbnail again. I'm still, like, good for, like, until roughly around thumbnail 40. Then after that, I completely ran out of ideas. And if it does get to after 40, then yeah, I'll probably end up replicating shit or whatever. We'll see. But yeah, tomorrow's thumbnail is probably going to be Chansey again. Today's thumbnail is going to be the cluttered corner thing. Put Ditto and Vaporeon and see if anyone ever mentions it. I don't think anybody's mentioned any of my thumbnails so far. I don't know. Because more than half the time, the bottom right is covered with the fucking timer, so they can't even see the bottom right more than half the time. But yeah, I could do that in a future idea, put Vaporeon and Ditto. But we'll see. I'm surprised this next egg hasn't hatched yet, actually. What the fuck? Okay. Roselia. See, a Roselia shiny would be cool. I wouldn't mind that. I don't know what the fuck to call it, to be honest. I think I have a name in mind, but I'll save it for when I catch it or something, because I always try to name it after colors and stuff. Do you have any hopes for what you are evolving your Eevee into? Well, the thought in mind... Have you seen the Gold and Silver Space World and all that? Oh shit, we got ourselves the egg. Eevee hatched from the egg. This is 99. Novan. Alright. No, don't think so. Oh, well, take a get a chance to take a look at it. Oh, we're at 100 eggs in total. Even though that's 99, it's because like they give you an egg earlier in the game. So with my first Eevee, when I evolved it, like that Pokemon right there is the original egg, but it's not like shiny egg hatch or whatever. Shit. Let's see. Let's get you here. Let's see what you got. We got special defense down, speed us up, runaway ability. Okay, somewhat of clown. Alright. What was it again? So the Space World thing shows like Betamons from before Gold and Silver. So like when they had ideas on like what Pokemon. Like they even had like the original starters. That, like it wasn't Cyndaquil, Totodile, and Chikorita. Like Chikorita was designed, but like Cyndaquil was meant to be something completely else, like the Fire Seal that holds like a fireball. You know, shit like that as an example. And then like possible branching evolutions, for example, like Weeping Bell evolves into something else outside of Victory Bell, similar to how Gloom evolves into Vileplume and Blossom. You know, the hamster tiger that I keep mentioning, like that was originally supposed to be a Pokemon. There was like the pre-evolution for Girafarig, pre-evolution for Vulpix, you know, stuff like that. I found pictures and I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. So, yeah, there's that, and they showed like other ones. They even showed like, for example, Eevee evolving into Leafeon and stuff like that. And then there's certain other mons that were there too. But like, I was really hyped for like the Tiger Hamster. And there's also I really like the Magby, the original Magby look. That looked really cool. Also, vintage Jolteon's happy looking little guy. Yeah. But there's one in particular. Hold on, let me wait. Is this box one? Yeah, it is box one. Okay, let's look for the ability. So Swarm, they're static, but Levitate, Inner Focus. These are all the Pokemon I have, by the way. Ice Body, Swift Swim, Static, Technician, Early Bird, Catches the Worm. I have this already. Misty, okay, Dry Skin, Moxie, Shed Skin, Peach Power goes hard. Oh yeah. Natural Cure, and that's that box. Alright, box 2. Doesn't look like I have that. See, that's a bummer. I hate the fact that it just doesn't show the shiny on screen, but you know, whatever. Anyway. Blaze, Speed Boost, Unaware, Simple, Thick Fat, Sturdy, Intimidate, Key Charm. What'd you put? I didn't mention it, but there are a lot of abilities that lower encounter rates. Oh yeah. Key Charm, Telepathy, Thick Fat, Rattled, Piggy Bank, Simple, Overdrive, Serene Grace, Flame Body. Okay. Alright, box 3. This is the last box I have. Unless I look at Duff Pokemon. Analytic, Intimidate, Sturdy, Pickup, Levitate. And this is the Shiny Hunter, by the way, Asher. Key Charm. This is the first. Yeah. Well, Synthesizer, Magnepool, Shed Skin, Shell Armor, Torrent, Swarm, Blaze. This is just a shiny box. What the fuck, Limber? Okay. Well, I guess I could take a look at the Death Box just in case. These are all the Pokemon that died. Alright, let's see. Sticky Hold, Frisk, Electric Cutter, Shield Dust, Leaf Guard, Water Compaction, Levitate, Poison Touch, Sturdy, Chlorophyll, Infiltrator. Alright, well, it doesn't seem like I have Arena Trap, unfortunately. Okay, let's get ourselves an egg. I can't even imagine how leveled up Drakia is. I've been at this for like over 100 hours, and Drakia's has been leveled up this whole time with the amount of egg steps I did. That is insane. I'm not even gonna be able to afford her anymore. That sucks. I didn't think it was gonna take this long. Okay, let's see here. We're almost at level 52. Unless I just breed a different Eevee. Would that be a bad idea? Save to the box. Because Dracia is the dragon type evolution in this game. Its name is Scaleon, and like I put him in the daycare to breed along with Shiny Ditto, and it's just been there this whole time for the past month. I had enough male and female, so I don't see why not take it out. Yeah. I don't even know if I could afford them, like quite literally, like, or swap out at least, yeah. Because he's probably level 75 at this point, maybe even more. I mean, maybe in the future I'll be able to use him in the team, because he's basically caught up level up. I just hope that the fucking daycare people didn't replace those moves without my permission. That would suck. I don't even remember what I had his moves before, to be honest, but we'll see. Wait, I don't even remember. Did I even show the footage of evolving Bandian and Scaleon? Oh, I don't remember. Man. I have to look into this route. It might be a good idea to have mons in your party with pickup. Pickup? How come? Just for picking up items and that's it, or doesn't it depend on like the level of the Pokemon or something? Because I have one of the mons that has pickup. It's like the orangutan one that you might have seen. Picking up items and selling. Oh, I mean maybe. The only reason why, well, I don't know, cause I'm the pacing with like the eggs that I have, cause I wanted to have like 4 eggs and then like have a different Pokemon in the back just in case, well, for experience share purposes. Because like the pacing has been pretty alright to hatch the eggs and then swap it out and then just continue forward. Because it doesn't take like more than 20 minutes egg hatching wise now. Or whatever time it is. I forget how much time passes until the other egg hatches, but it's been pretty good pacing, I would say. Because normally I think without the flame body it would take like a good hour and 20 minutes or an hour 40 minutes. Something like that. They changed it in recent gens, but old gen is that you chance pick it up every step, new gens have a chance after every battle victories, I think. I wonder if there's any regular grass. I still haven't fought that fucking trainer. I don't know if the grass matters or not. Cause I'd be so pissed if I found out that these flowers, like, you can't get a vintage mon on these flowers or some shit, cause I'd be pissed off, but I don't think that's how it works. I think these are just like text, or texture differences, and that it's still grass at the end of the day. Do you know if mons on this route hold items? Yeah. Every time you defeat a Pokemon, you get a chance to just drop the item. That's the perks of Xenoverse. So like if you grind up and a Pokemon's always holding an item, like you could just gain them or whatever. There's a few times I had to kill Ditto, for example. Like you saw me kill Imposter Ditto on Friday and he dropped like a metal powder. So that's a good thing. I know that that's not how it works usually when you defeat a Pokemon, you don't get the reaps and benefits of it unless you use Thief. I mean, I'm sure there's exceptions to it nowadays, but yeah. I was going to say it might be worth having them on with Thief too. Yeah. Nah, in this game you don't need to have Thief. As long as you beat the Pokemon, you'll get the item if it's holding it. And there's certain Pokemon, like, eventually, like, if I do end up getting Retro Eevee, I was gonna go to the other route to like, fight off, like, some Haunters, because I want to get, the update to evolve Shiny Haunter into Shiny Gengar, because, like, in this game, to evolve Trademons, they have these items called updates, and I think it's the specific one's the Shadow update, and yeah, eventually I'll look for that. Thief and Compound Eyes, yeah. Let's see here. Or Supler has an ability, yeah. Okay. But yeah, there's quite a bit of the Space World Pokemon and such. But basically the idea is I really like the Espeon in Space World because it's like pure white and everything, and it almost feels like a different type of Espeon where it's supposed to be like, you know, almost like a purity thing rather than just it being psychic, and it looks so clean, and that's kind of more so the reason I want to use it, is to introduce that, because I always wanted that in the game, and they have it in this game, 1289, and they basically denied it to me as soon as they you know, they basically, you know, didn't have it available in Mystery Gift, because they were giving out Eevees, but that Mystery Gift code doesn't work anymore. So I'm resorting to doing this to get an Eevee, legitimately. And yeah, that's basically the secret plan that I have in store, is that, like, you know, eventually I would introduce that in the team once it's evolved. With like happiness boosted or whatever, and yeah, that's basically the secret plan. One of these days, but I would evolve it on screen either way, though. Like in the Xenoverse episodes, 1290. We're almost at 1300. I don't remember there was Glaceon though in the Xenoversal thingy, but yeah. Do you have Suit built to get the friendship up faster? I think I do, yeah. I'm pretty sure I do. I forgot what other Pokemon I had to evolve and had to get like the Suit build for it, but yeah. I don't remember what other. There's certain other Pokemon available just straight up as a vintage mon in like other routes, and I don't remember which one it is. But yeah. Okay, I'm pretty sure the Tiger Hamster is available at like a certain route or something like that, unless that's like post-game shit. Because I swear, like, there was one that's available on Route 1, but I don't think people are that lucky enough to just run into it on Route 1. It's something like that. Unless it was like a post-game thing. Let's see here. But yeah, honestly, like if I wasn't streaming, I would have less patience. Like I think it's because I'm streaming, I have more patience with this shit. Cause there's no way I would have done this 22 straight days. I mean, honestly, I probably would have still played like all day, every day for a while, but I would be for sure just as impatient. And like while I do that, I'll still be doing other things and like, you know, go out to eat or something, or like, you know, taking very long ass breaks, something like that. So yeah, 5 more thunderbolts though. Hold on, let's increase the count. 1291. Oh yeah, no, you put the... Alright, just checking. I was looking at my phone for a second. But yeah, I'm almost positive I got a suit build. They usually give that stuff pretty early. Hold on, let me just double check, because I know I have it, but let's see here. Oh yeah, for example, like this, it says to evolve Phantom into Trevenant and stuff like that, the elder updates. So you'll see stuff like that, and this is Porygons, this is Swirlixes, and so on. Soothe Bell. It's right here. I got 2 of them. What you put? Currently looking for my copy of Shining Pearl. Oh, gotcha. Did you find any shinies off of them? Off of there, I mean? I'm also multitasking. See, I wish these Brahmins would help in finding me these Eevees. But they don't. They just show up with their 2 sticks and they think they're the fucking boss or some shit. It's amazing. Did you end up finding Shiny Pearl? I wanted to check my Pokemon X file for the longest time, because I wanted to see if it was true if I called my Poliwhirl Blueberry, because I don't remember all the other shinies that I got from there. But that's like the only time I actually shiny hunt for real from start to finish. 1292. definitely gaslighting myself hard right now. No shit. Oopsie. Accidentally exited my phone thingy. I think there's a new season of Marvel Snap that came out in my game. I forgot. Found it. Oh, nice. Was your gaslighting correct or was it incorrect? I thought I had it in my Switch case, but I had it in my 10 with other Pokemon stuff, with Game Boy games, DS, etc. Nah, I gotcha. But yeah, did you find it, do you have any shinies off of Shining Pearl? Check Marvel Snap later. I have a shiny Oli run in Brilliant Diamond. Oh. Oh, nice. Do you do the Nuzlocke rule where like you go once per route and then you try to look for a shiny and then you don't move on till you find another shiny, like that type of way? Not so much like the death rule, but just like finding a shiny per route and then progressing? Or is it just like one shiny per like pre-gym, post-gym thing? But what I want to do is see how many shiny Eevees I could get before you get a vintage. I was going shiny by gym. Oh, I see. Now you probably gotta get more Eevees, shiny Eevees than me, that's for sure. I won't even get a shiny Eevee anytime soon with all these like supposedly 150 my ass. If it's 150, like they, I don't even know. And I wish the people on Reddit answered the fucking question when I asked them, because I asked them like if the vintage Eevee even fucking works, and then they just left me on Reddit. I'm like, bruh, that doesn't answer my question, does it? I was hoping to go like, I think so, at least. But yeah, I got the shiny charm and Chap Ditto, so I should have like 1 out of 1,000 odds. Oh fuck. We're hatching through eggs or just like finding them? I don't remember where Eevee's available in that game besides eggs. Or no, given to you by like Bebe, right? Or whatever her name is. In like Heart Home. Is it Bebe or is it BB? I don't ever fucking know her name. Through eggs, Eevee isn't one you think you can normally. True that. I mean, you probably also have another strat. You probably have Flame Body and you get hatch the egg quicker than I did. I mean, I had a small short run of like Scoville doing that for me with Flame Body. It didn't seem all that fast, but you know, we'll see. Yeah, like I said, I could only see half your chest, not until I click on it that I see it. Got a package recently from a buddy that went to the Philippines. Oh, nice. Yeah, the Philippines, like, I wouldn't mind going there someday. It seems like an interesting place to hang out. That was like 100 plus Pokemon packs. Oh shit. I haven't opened a Pokemon pack in a while, I feel. What specific packs did it give you, or are they all different? Or is it like 10 of one booster pack, or like 20 of another, something like that, half and half of certain booster packs, or are they all the same? He got them all for like 10 bucks. 100 packs for 10 bucks, holy shit. I mean, hopefully they're real, cause that shit's like, what, like maybe $150? Well, maybe not. Isn't a booster pack like $7 or some shit? A pack? So I might be doing the math wrong. It might be closer to 200, no? You didn't see the message in between. Oh, my bad. It was like plus 100 packs. He got them for like 10 bucks. That's it, Chris. Wait, which chat did I miss? I got a package recently from a buddy that went to the Philippines. It was like 100 plus Pokemon packs. He got them for like 10 bucks. You didn't see the message in between. LOL, that's ludicrous. Are you talking about the... They are fake. Oh! Where's... Wait, where was the fake comment? I don't think I saw the fake message. Well... Yeah, I figured that they were fake though. I mean, did you get good pulls at least from this? How fake are we talking? Are they still like just the same Pokemon characters with like just like weird holographic sticker type of things, or is it just like completely Fakemon all over the place? He didn't know any better, but they were cheap and funny. Oh yeah, I gotcha. You ever go to a flea market and then see like, you know, like action figures in the plastic thing, and you think to yourself when you actually look at it and go like, they don't belong together? You ever think of that? Because there was one flea market. I mean, there was multiple occasions. There's a lot of flea markets that I went to in my day, and you know, you see that it says Power Rangers, but then you see Shrek thrown in there as the Green Ranger, and then you're like, wait. They feel weird, and the hollows and covers are completely wrong. Yeah, I gotcha. But yeah, they be adding some random ass Rangers in there. Shrek, Goku, fucking just anything you could think of, they would just add to the Power Ranger group. And then they would just put plastic and then like put a name on it. That's crazy. Only parents that doesn't know better would buy that. It's like, oh, you see, you got your Power Rangers. Like, what the fuck? Shrek ain't no Power Ranger. I guess you missed that episode. What, the Shrek one? Yeah, probably. I mean, he might as well be. I mean, he has a helmet at some point in the movie. I mean, he might might be like a Silver Ranger if anything. People would think he's stereotypically green, but you know. Okay. Feels like a while since I've seen Eevee actually. What the hell? Sometimes he doesn't appear in like 20 minutes. I was amused by the Fortnite crossover with Power Rangers. I saw a little bit of it. I hadn't played Fortnite in a while. Like, my game kind of still shits itself. I was gonna play last weekend and asked a friend if they wanted to play, but they got an Instagram on like sleep mode, so they didn't see my message. And I had a feeling they wouldn't, but you know, just in case. I was gonna wait for the reply, and if they did reply, I would have hopped on, or at least tried to. But I'll play eventually. I don't know what other event I might have missed. No, hold on, Switch forgot my profile. Oh fuck. The SD card is alright or whatever. Oh shit, I don't even know. I forget if the Switch has an SD card. I'm sure you're working things out at least. Trying to figure it out at the moment. Yeah, the last time I used Pro with my Switch Lite, and that was before that dumb update with cartridges. Come on. I don't think it's gone for good. I should just be on the other Switch. Oh, okay. Alright, another Eevee. Thunderbolts left too. 1294. But my life is dead right now, so that will just be on standby for now. Okay. Reset light, but my light is dead. But you played it on your light, like last time on Shining Pro, or was it the other Switch? Another Brandon, bro. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I was playing my light, but I hadn't turned it on in a while. Oh shit. I think. I mentioned earlier in the stream before you got here that for some reason I kept getting text messages coming from Smud saying that in my area there's like a blackout or some shit. And I didn't see it at all. But this marks 100 EVs, which is 100. 1 out of 50 odds. I already got double that shit. Okay. But yeah, I was worried at first where I'm all like, what if it happens midstream where it just cuts off because of a blackout or some shit? But like there was no blackouts whatsoever because they're like, oh, don't worry, we fixed your blackout. And then I asked my relatives and they're like, no, there was no blackout. Attacks up, defense down. Likes to relax, lonely nature. Okay, I might as well stay in this box. Alright, let's go fly over. I think I still got one more Thunderbolt left. I might end up rushing back as soon as I see one, but it's all good. And then I could make a small retweet just to keep the stream a little bit alive. Once after I get the Pokemon Center stuff done. Lady in. Yeah, I think for the 3DS though that I have, it's like sometimes when I haven't played it in a while, it takes a while for everything to load in. So like, it almost feels like you have to get the rust out or whatever. Because like, as soon as I put a game in, it doesn't register I have like anything in the game whatsoever. And I don't mean just the game, I mean like everything else that's a part of the 3DS, like all the fucking other apps in the featured is just gone. It's just an empty screen, like we're in place of where the blocks used to be. I'm like, what the fuck? You know, and I get a little bit of time till the 3DS like stops shitting itself, and then you can play normally again. That's a fault that is common with the 3DS. Yeah. And it gets a bit where you somewhere have to take the SD card out and then refresh it a little bit and then put it back in and see if it works. It's probably gonna do that once I like turn on the 3DS again, because I was trying to play Conquest and I keep on always like procrastinating on that game because it's so hard to commit with that. That game is freaking lengthy sometimes because there's like missions with every fucking warlord of every fucking type. You have to do that multiple times, and if you want to fully 100% the game, you have to get all your recruits, and all those recruits desire their specific ass Pokemon, and those specific ass Pokemon has specific ass requirements. I've been tempted to buy a new 3DS, but the market's rough. Yeah. Because I know that there's one dude in particular that wanted a Lapras, and that shit you have to like boost up your wild area or some shit like that to like a very high level, and then there's a chance the Lapras will appear in one of those days. And I don't know, it's just crazy. That's just one example, but it gets pretty tough, I would say. 1295. Alright, and now we get to the Pokemon Center yet again. Okay, let's go over. center. Let's see, mostly because of the motherfuckers that hoard them like a dragon with treasure. Yeah. Okay, let me head back. Oops. I've seen pictures where they have entire bookcases filled with DS and 3DSs. Oh shit. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna take the time to retweet right quick. Hold on. Let's copy this. Hold on. Let me go on Twitter for the first page. Okay, let's go. Quote tweet. Just put come through. We are still live, and it's a quadruple giveaway. I fucking hate that I am typing this, but you know that what are you gonna do? That's just gonna be the thing. Circle, then another red circle. It's a quadruple giveaway, guys. All the hysterics that nobody wants. Let's see. Hashtag Pokemon. Hashtag live. Hashtag Legends CA. Hashtag Eevee. Hashtag Pokemon Worlds is on. TCG Pocket's not. Okay. Well, let's get a. Have to do. Let's go like this. I'm trying to put it here. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. All right, and that's the retweet. Okay, I'm back. Just a small retweet, because more and more time that the promotion's been there for like 3 hours, it's just gonna get drowned out and flooded out by other shit. I mean, we're finding pretty like good encounter rates, I would say. We found like 50 yesterday, which is kind of the average, like 50 to 55. But for today, we started at like, fuck, I don't remember, like 1267. So we're almost finding 30 so far, which is kind of the average. I saw a leak of Pokemon partnering with Lego soon for a $650 set. Oh shit. What would be the best idea for Legos to do for like, you know, for a Lego set to be? Like, would it be a stadium, like a Pokemon stadium, or would it have to be like, you know, a landmark like Mount Coronet or some shit like that? I feel like Spear Pillar would look cool on a Lego set. That would be a pretty smart idea. You put Dialga and Palkia and then Giratina, and then maybe like Arceus. Trying to think of another place. The Dragon Spiral Tower in Black and White is pretty cool too. I don't think it's too ambitious right now. Probably just Pokemon with something to stand on. Yeah, I probably imagine that too. $650 is a lot though, for sure. I mean, Lego's always been expensive. I had a relative that loved Legos and shit like that, and would want it, you know, for their birthday and everything. And yeah, that shit is fucking expensive as fuck. Like, you know. It's pretty outlandish, but yeah. But if there was like, you know, different ideas, that's the idea I would pitch for like the best Pokemon Lego set idea. It's probably that, or maybe like the Team Plasma like airship, you know, into Opelousas City or some shit. That'd be pretty cool too. I think it might stick to generic stuff like Pokemon Center. Yeah. Pokemon Center, I mean, if it does turn out to be a Pokemon Center and that's $650, I'd be disappointed. I'd be like, that's a bit too... Like, for $650, like, I could literally make a Pokemon Center with that money, just with, like, sticks and rocks. And, like, material from Home Depot. My best set, the 650 set, is going to be a big ass Pikachu. I really hope not. I mean, yeah, it sounds about right. Yeah, either that or a giant Eevee or something like that. And then they'll taunt it to me on TV. So he's like, oh, to get your vintage Eevee $650 set is meant to look like the one from Red and Blue. And we're doing this because fuck ScarKnight. It's supposed to be 6.8k pieces. I'm trying to... Shit, man, I don't remember. I'm trying to think of what's the average, like, amount pieces, like what's considered a lot and what's considered too little. That does sound like not enough. Because, like, for example, like Harry Potter, they have Hogwarts Castle and shit like that, and that's, I feel like, it's more than 6.8k pieces. So if it is 6.8, it probably is a small ass building. But so yeah, it probably is Pokemon Center. I'm trying to find a comparison right now. Yeah, like while you're at it, you might as well look up the Hogwarts Castle one, because those are like the big Lego sets and shit like that. Or something like Star Wars, that they have like a gigantic Death Star or a fucking X-Wing or something. Because a Hogwarts site is for sure really gigantic. Lego Death Star is 9k. Oh, okay. So I guess it is kind of closer to the bigger end of it then. So that's... okay. Well... another Eevee. Castle 6k. What? 6k. How the hell is this Death Star 9k? How big is this Death Star they made? It's this big ass circle. Alright, 1297. That's insane. So I guess it is gonna be a big piece set. I was worried that that was on the low end. I thought for a second, like, I wasn't really remembering or sure if 6.8 is considered a lot in the Lego set world. Because I wasn't sure if it was like 10,000 pieces plus or even closer to 100k or whatever, but yeah. Like, if that's the average for 9k and 6k, then yeah. For like the bigger sets. Death Star used to be the standard of the most expensive and huge. Yeah. I figured, yeah, because Star Wars and Harry Potter are probably the more successful Lego sets. Because I always see that shit, like, whenever I go to a Lego store. Like, whenever I walk around, that's the most featured in there. But yeah, I mean, Spear Pillar would have been my pick if I had the choice. Or Dragon Spiral Tower, like I said. $12.98. A stadium I'll be okay with too, honestly though. A straight up stadium. Okay, let's see here. Because if they did put the stadium, I could imagine them putting like a Moltres on there. And, I don't know, throwing a Mewtwo or some shit. A Mew somewhere in the corner, maybe the 2 other legendary birds. I think one of the smaller towns it would be good. Like Pallet or... I don't know if Pallet would equate to 6.8k. Because it's like in total 3 buildings or something like that. And like water and a few grass here and there. Lavender Tower, maybe. I mean, they just announced this though, right? With the whole Lego sets and everything. Because if so, then maybe it's just something like that's gonna be recently relevant. So maybe it's just like just pertains to Kalos. Maybe they're just gonna make Lumios. And that's probably more like what's gonna happen. $12.99. Leak from my understanding. My bad. I was thinking Emerald. Oh, Emerald small towns. Well, I almost said Petalburg. Littleroot is if anything, I think Littleroot's smaller than Palatown. But yeah, I'm thinking more so Lumios. I feel like that's probably worth 6.8k of like Lego pieces and shit. If I had to guess. Because they want to put something relevant. If not, then like, then something from, you know, Fortree would be good. Yeah, it would be really good. Fortree would be nice. And I feel like it would be interesting to make for sure too, because of the walkways across the trees. I don't know how flexible it would be, or like if that. I mean, it's probably gonna be like, you know, solid throughout, but it'd be cool if it was like, you know, flexible. Let's see here. That's another good idea. I think Mewtwo's lab would be pretty cool. Or like, you know, with Mewtwo in it or something. I think a lot of legendaries will likely be Sunballer and such. Yeah. So yeah, in total I found like 8 shinies, I realized, in the past 22 days. Fucking I like the Gunpla plastic model kit that they made for Pokemon. I'm not sure what that is, to be honest. I'm almost at level 52. Shit. I'm so close. Ah. Oh my gosh. You said you took a nap after work? Is what you said? That's probably why you're up like late at night, huh? I think one line of them was called Pokepla. Am I even pronouncing it right? Is it Pokepla or Pokeplay or some shit? Alright, let's take a look at the grass. Glass and plastic. Or play. I'm sure if I've seen it, I would recognize it. At the moment, I don't know if I ever seen it before. It's just when I think of that, it reminds me of the Poke Rumble game, or whatever that one is with the toys, where for some reason the whole world is just a bunch of Poke toys, and then they do missions and stuff. I think it was Rumble, right? I forget. I also played on the 3DS, because that was like free off of there. But they have a legitimate one, and they like fucking discontinued it, so I can't even beat all the missions anymore. It sucks. I don't even remember what I was missing. Oh man, I actually don't remember what I had to get from that game. There's like something that is clear that I can't go any further into the game. Unless I get lucky and beat like all the king's missions, and then like to afford the other balloons. But there's like a limit. I think it's because like the diamonds that are available, they used to give out free diamonds every day, and now they don't. And that's kind of what you have to depend on to release and unlock the other balloons, and now they stopped, which is bullshit. Something like that. I don't know if you know which game I'm talking about. It's, I don't know, there's like a 3DS thing with it. It's a pretty basic game if I'm being honest. You just go around, you defeat the Pokemon, you make it to the end goal. Sometimes do missions, sometimes not. Collect Pokemon along the way if you hit them, and they just like spawn in a toy that you could just grab. The shinies of that game, well, I mean, like there is like the console one, but the shinies of that game isn't exactly shinies, but it's kind of, you know, they got their quirks. As we got 1300. You mentioned your Discord server being your handle. I can't find it on the public search for servers. I know it's not a server, it's just my Discord. I don't have a server. I probably should consider making one, but I don't really have a fan base like that quite yet, so maybe I'll get around to it. But yeah, no, it's just my username off of there. I probably should, since you can't just drop a link. Yeah. Right now I'm logged out of Discord on my PC. I mean, I have it on my phone, but yeah. And you don't get random people DMing you. That's true, yeah. I mean, I don't really get DMs like that on Discord. It's like, if anything, like, ever since I've been streaming damn near daily, like, there's always been people hopping on the chat just asking to DM, but that's as far as it goes. Let's see. I get them from just being in random servers. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I don't join all that many servers. I got a few that I'm a part of, but I never really partake all that much. I mean, I should. I think I'm in the Xenoverse one, and there's like one specifically for like anything like sports fighting related, I suppose, like boxing and like MMA, and like wrestling, shit like that. I only been a part of it because I thought that they would be able to update me with certain stuff, but I didn't really been using that Discord like server a lot anyway. I barely even go on it, but they notify me every now and then. I think I was a part of the Temtem Discord server, like back when in the early stages of it, because I was good to support them. Not like support them financially, but like support them to see what their journey is and like, you know, setting up the game and such. I'm thinking of setting up a TeamSpeak server, but may wait a while. Oh, okay. But yeah, I mean, there was other servers that I was a part of, but it was, if anything, it was kind of more so a group chat than just like any other server would be. Because I know that they are all group chats at the end of the day, but I don't know. The actual servers that I'm a part of, like, you know, they treat it like it's more of a community-based thing rather than like, you know, other friends just putting in the group chat just because they think it's fun or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, I haven't been on Discord much lately either way. Let's see here. Let's go flowers. I had a feeling Eevee was gonna pop up here. I don't know why. Alright, 1301. Infinite Fusions comes to mind. They label random stuff as hate speak, and it's about anyone that supports AI of any kind. AI? Huh. That's interesting. I didn't know they did that. Maybe that's just like... What, is it like a whole team, or is it just the main guy that makes Pokemon Fusions that kind of has that opinion, I suppose? Like AI Gen Art, yeah. I know a few people that are like against AI all around. Yeah, because there was I remember somebody wanted to get like a profile picture, like they wanted to get it updated or whatever. And this is when I had my editing software still. This was like a few months ago. And they were asking how to make it bigger or better quality or whatever. And I was explaining that, like, you know, in the past I tried to make a t-shirt and that t-shirt's not available anymore. But like when I was trying to make the t-shirt, and I was trying to make it, like they said that the quality was so small that you need to expand it more. And like I took it to the college place and they made it out right and they expanded it and they did a trick to it to make it proper now. It's the artists in particular that are unruly since they contribute art to the game for free. Artists. But yeah, like at some point, like when I was trying to redo the picture, I didn't remember how the one guy did it in college. So I don't know. There was like this AI website that kind of does it for you, but I remember them specifically saying that they didn't like AI art. But that's kind of what I used to make that picture better. Ironically, they didn't even notice. It literally just cleaned up the picture. It didn't really add anything to it. It didn't... I don't know. That was the only solution I found to fix that. They didn't even use the fucking PFP because they keep changing the damn thing like damn near every 2 hours, I felt like at the time. And there was at one point in like that same person had a birthday, and I had this tradition of like you know, drawing them something. Well, this is like the second time because I knew them for a year. They're just artists for you. They hate AI art since it literally takes their job. Yeah. But for the most part, like when it comes to the birthday thing, I remember drawing a little. She requested like a fat rat, so I drawed a fat rat, and then the year before it was like a rat and a panda just hanging out. So I basically drawed Ratatouille with like light blue skin and fur and shit like that, and a panda with green eyes. And since she requested the fat rat, I just drawed a fat rat on a sofa with the panda in the picture frame just to tell a story. And then she used that PFP, and then the next 2 hours she changed the PFP again. I'm like, what the fuck? Can't hate on them for it, but if you need a 5-minute sketch, it's not worth a costly commission. Yeah. I wish that the AI videos that I come across, I wish they were touched up upon a little bit more, because I come across a lot of Pokemon AI videos, and there's a lot of them that don't make any sense, or like, I don't know, like something went wrong. I don't know how to explain it. Like that, I don't know how to explain it, but like basically, I don't know, there's always something visually off with some of the videos. Like sometimes when you see, for example, a Lucario or something, like a Rioli would evolve into Lucario, except Lucario would look more armadillo-like or something like that, and his head would spawn from his shoulder or something, or some movements would look slightly off, or like, you know, something would look slightly closer to something else rather than what it's supposed to look like, you know, like if it's Arcanine, it looks closer to maybe a little bit like a pig-like thing, and then it becomes kind of a dragon dog. I don't know, there's sometimes they don't look complete. I mean, AI vids will get better, probably need to make character AIs to have better work for certain things like Pokemon Video Maker. Yeah. It sometimes feels a bit too available. Because I try to look into it. I only tested out the AI thing once, and I try to put like, like for example, I put Trainer Red picking his first starter Pokemon or whatever, and then like the AI generated it, and it looked like a crayon book, but like these 3 Pokemon weren't even Pokemon. They were just like, they were completely Fakemon. They were like, I don't even know how to describe him. Like Charmander didn't look like Charmander. He looked like a strawberry lizard or some shit like that. There was a bird. Like I don't know. There was different mishmashes of color. Ash Ketchum or Red or whoever the fuck was wearing orange. It was weird. I miss the days of AI Will Smith eating spaghetti. Oh. Yeah, like the first remnants of what I seen AI at, like, you know, when like, oh my gosh, like Jake Paul and like Mike Tyson, for example, like after they won their match, and then out of nowhere they just start fighting for real or something, and then they looked all sloppy because of how much they're fighting each other. And it looks real as fuck, but then you realize of their movements, it looks a bit janky, so that's how you could tell that they're AI. But yeah, I don't know. It's sometimes hard to tell what is AI and what's not, as well. And that's kind of the scary part as well. To be fair, AI probably has no idea of what the fuck a Pokemon is, and the Pokemon company, like, they doesn't allow training if they can't help it. Yeah. One of these days, the AI videos is gonna get somebody in trouble for sure. They're gonna be like, "Yo, I thought this was real," and then there'll be people that'll be convinced. Especially the people like the older generation that doesn't understand. Like, they don't know the fucking difference between the AI or whatnot. because there's some ignorant people out there, and sometimes what they see or what they hear, they think it's the absolute truth. And you know, if they were against technology to begin with, and they come across an AI video that looks so real that could get somebody defamed and in trouble, like, it could do some damage in long term. But you know, there's also good benefits with AI as well too, So I'm not gonna, you know, just shit on it like 1302. A lot of our generators are practically neutered when it comes to making stuff with IPS. Yeah. Because I would like to see, you know, a complete series of somebody making, like, you know, different scenes and Pokemon through AI and shit like that. Like, you know, I don't know where to start if I wanted to make something of this, but I know that there's a program I would have to pay for or some shit to do it. I don't fucking know. I don't know where to start. Like, even if I wanted to you know, create footage like that. That's already happened. There's a court case in Korea with an American that used it maliciously. Although they were more involved. Yeah. That's why I kind of feel like if they're gonna put an AI video, there should be like something around the screen that shows that it is AI, like in the corner, like transparent or something very small, so people would notice it. Like for all AI videos, because not everybody's gonna tell the difference. Like when technology gets so good that you legit can't tell the difference, that's gonna be, I don't know. Because I know a lot of the, like, you know, on Instagram they'll show like the username being AI something or whatever the fuck, but sometimes they don't say that. Or like in the description they'll have a hashtag saying that, but yeah. For the most part, like, I know that Facebook, that is pretty known that, like, there's other creators on Facebook that robs other people's content and shit. It was making popular Korean celebs being literally gay with them. Big no-no in Korea. Well, damn. Well, damn. But yeah, for the Facebook people, like, you know, for them, that's why the other people use watermarks and such like that. But like, there's a few. I mean, there's, you know, content creators in general would do that, but like, especially in the Facebook market, like there's a lot more people stealing content from there and shit like that. That, you know, would have no shame in putting some of these AI videos without that. Pretty belligerent too, yeah. But yeah, just for art in general, it is kind of a hard, like, you know, venue to focus on either way. Like, we talked about it before, where, like, you know, I was saying that some commission artists where I'm all like, I kind of, you know, sometimes don't want to go all the way in with a certain person for XYZ reasons. And you know, like I said, it's hard for them to do that anyway, because it's a lot in demand and it takes a lot of time and shit like that. I mean, it's not really, it's not for everybody, that's for sure. Especially with, like, getting, like, carpal tunnel and shit like that. But that's for the most part. Okay, there we go. Thunderbolt. 1303. wonder how much money is made from content of Facebook. I don't remember. I know that there is some people that stream that do make money off of there. I've never streamed off Facebook. I don't think that my Facebook follower list is pretty fucked. I'm not gonna lie, cause I tried adding people to, you know, boost numbers, but then it branches off to for just people doing it for the sake of just getting like followers and friends or whatnot. That like nobody at Facebook, like there's like a few people that I know of in real life, or like, you know, people that does know me as ScarKnight or whatever, but the 98 other percent that are on Facebook are just, they have no idea I even do this channel. And you know, like I said, they're only doing it for the follow for follow. And if I were to stream Facebook, I feel like it'd be worse than me streaming off of here, because I mean, at least that you're here and everything like that. But for Facebook, I don't even think it would be 30 days with me barely getting any people to join the Facebook Live. Unless like it would be a different venue where I actually will have, you know, people that would like my content. I'm not really sure, but I don't know. I didn't even realize TikTok had a live feature, because Vegas had like a Uno competition thing, and I don't know why they decided to just live stream it and not make like, you know, a different or stream it in multiple platforms. Like, people don't use TikTok for the live feature as much as, like, you know, an Instagram or Twitter or some shit like that. So it was really rather odd, to be honest. I feel like they should have streamed on Twitch or something. They mainly do IRL streaming, I think. Oh yeah. There are some that I know that did do gaming streaming. I had a friend that like Facebook streamed. I'm not sure how many people joined because I didn't ask enough questions to him, but that's for the most part. Let's see here. Did you boot up your Shining Pro, or are you doing something else, by the way? I think Twitch is trying to get more away from IRL streamers, since they rarely end well. Yeah, nah, like a lot of them, yeah. I think it's because of the safety risk of like exposing where you're at, and for people to go over there, because yeah, there's a lot of cases, especially like female streamers. There's always like a weird dude either trying to be funny or creepy, or, you know, they do too much or whatever, and they try to be extra, whether it's intentional or not, and then they locate their location because they're at like a public fair or some shit like that. Or if they're trying to assault somebody or whatever. I think it's 101. This is 101. What the fuck? Why did I get an encounter? I'm just vibing, getting ready for bed. Oh, okay, okay. But yeah, like for other like dudes that stream as well, like sometimes they damn near get close to getting jumped and shit, or being confronted, and like people would try to purposely, like if people already, if they stream inside their house and everything and they get swatted, like, you know, you would think that IRL would make it more likely that they would try to embarrass you in a different way, you know. Neutral ability, adaptability ability, hardy nature, Lexeron. I just realized I said like ability like 3 times. 101. Okay, let's get some egg action. Okay, would you IRL streamer get content from interaction. It's just mostly in spoiler. Yeah. Because it is entertaining to watch, like when they have pretty good IRL streams going on. Sometimes, like, you know, their content is like, you know, them hanging out outside, and that's as far as it goes, rather than them doing something, but, you know, whatever. IMO, IRL, and reaction streamers are in the same vein, both annoying and leech content from others. Yeah. Every now and then, like on Instagram, like, I don't know, there's always somebody like doing a live stream, whether they're in their house or in their club, and they're just like looking at the camera, and there's like nothing whatsoever of entertainment going on. They're just talking to the chat, and that's as far as it goes. Because, like, at least for this, I'm playing gameplay and stuff like that. But for the other ones, they're literally just looking at the camera and just answering questions, I guess. So I guess it's a Q&A, I suppose. So I don't know. It's a bit weird. Because I would have liked to see, like, you know, somebody driving a go-kart while live streaming, even though the connection would be pretty shit, but, you know, whatever. Reactions can be fine if it's relevant to your expertise. Like, if you watch a Pokemon trailer during stream and commenting your thoughts would make sense. Yeah, I mean, I figured that much as well, yeah. 1304. Yeah, like reaction-based streams for sure. Because there was, like, you know, some stuff in the future that, like, you know, for a stream, like, if it's reaction based, something I would do is like cover like Death Battle, for example. Like, I wouldn't mind watching Death Battle on stream and reacting to that. But that's 2 Eevees back to back, I'm pretty sure. 1305. Almost level 52 though. I saw they announced a DB with Ruby Rose. Yeah, Ruby and I think the main character from Soul Eater. And I never watched Soul Eater, so I'm not entirely sure. I actually haven't watched any of the Ruby episodes. I just know of them because, you know, Rooster Teeth from Death Battle features them a lot. Since it's Rooster Teeth show, but yeah, I haven't watched it. Or maybe I watched one episode, I don't remember. I feel like I know more than it might be because of Screw Attack, I'm not really sure. I think. I just remember a few fights. It's pretty alright. Definitely fell apart a bit when Monty died. Oh. I just want this little just to change the vintage Eevee and my suffering. Okay. was the director for basically everything. He was crazy good at fight choreography. Oh, I see. Was that like, well, how many seasons of Ruby are there anyway? Or I can't even talk. Or is this like the death battle choreographer? Cause I assume that you were talking about Ruby, yeah? I don't know how many seasons of Ruby are there. He did a fair amount of the animation in Red vs. Blue. Oh. There's a tiny bit of Red vs. Blue I've seen, but not all for sure. And I think Death Battle too. Oh, I see. I think my favorite death battles from what I've seen, I mean there's a few. I like the Wolverine and Raiden one, that's one of them. Obviously Goku and like Superman. I like the Deathstroke versus Deadpool matchup. Link versus Cloud, that one's really dope. What pissed me off was the fucking Gaara versus Toph fight. That shit made no fucking sense. 9 seasons of Ruby, by the way. Oh. And the director did like the first like 4 seasons or 8 seasons or something, or but yeah, the reason that the whole Gaara and Toph fight pissed me off, first 4 I think. Okay. It's like with Toph and Gaara, they established that Toph can't see with like the sand underneath her feet. She quoted that it's fuzzy for her, and that like that's already a distinct disadvantage of like, you know, what she could do with sand. She could barely take on sandbenders even though she was preoccupied. Even if she wasn't, she wouldn't have been able to take them down because she wouldn't fight properly. You will know immediately when it happens because there's no fighting for most of the season. Oh, well shit. And I remember someone claiming that, oh no, Toph mastered sandbending too. It's like, when is that implied? And then they're like, oh, when she made the sand castle and made a sand kingdom. I'm like, well, that's when she's in place and not fighting. Like, she can make that incredible stuff. If she was fighting, I don't know, it'd be a different story. But like, for Toph to fight Gaara, a dude that is known for sand and can make everywhere sand, making her vision fuzzier to depend on her feet to fight, doesn't make any fucking sense. That's like having Superman fight a kryptonite person or some shit. The problem with the Toph fight is that they use the ridiculous fun facts from Nickelodeon later episodes. I mean, I still don't even understand the logic of like why they think that she could just fight a sand person anyway. And there was some shit within the fight that the sand was in the middle of the air. It's like, how would she even know? Like, there's no positioning or whatsoever, because she does it based off how you like use your stance and do your attacks and follow up, because it's predictable, like based on like the feet positioning of the person and the arms position. Gaara's just standing still. The sand moves on its own sometimes. So for it to shoot in the middle of the air, there's no way Toph would know that. Like, and she's dodging this shit. I'm like, what? I think one of them heavily implied that she could just sense practically all Earth on the planet. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's if she's in place. I don't know if, like, if it's falling from the sky, she would have to depend on her ears to hear it coming. But sand is kind of more discreet, especially if the sand is everywhere. If it's all over the air, it's only gonna hear like sand. Like, oh, now the sand is coming close. I don't fucking know. One fun fact that she is one so sensitive that she could sense stuff on the other side of the planet, so through the air wasn't that crazy. Yeah. Well, for me, it's just like, because she mostly depends on her feet when she's doing all these senses. I think from the fact that they were saying it's because of the swamp that she was at with the tree of life or whatever the tree was called. Because she would like stance it up and then like kind of sense the spirit from the other side of the world or whatever the fuck. I think that's more so what they mean. Not really so much like, oh, I could tell that something's happening on the other side of the planet. I think it's what they were more so implying. Because mid-air attacks is a whole lot different. But that's more so what pissed me off, like, with the whole fight. I guess, like, the Android 18 and Captain Marvel fight is, like, also, like, they kind of came out of nowhere with the whole energy draining thing. They were off the rails in the fun facts for no reason. Probably because they thought it wasn't going to be read too carefully. Yeah, that happens a lot with a lot of their facts. There's been channels lately dedicated to like debunking Death Battle, because like this dude, like, he would look at the screens and he would do the math. He's like, where the fuck did they get this number from or whatever, and then like he tried to trace it. Debunking it. But for the most part, from what I gathered and what they were saying, I mean, it could have been worse, to be honest with you, because some of the stuff that they mentioned behind the scenes, that they had like different people working with them, they mentioned the story that this lady that worked for them walked up to I forgot his name, it's Chad or whatever, whoever the fuck was Boomstick. She walked up to him saying like, oh, I found this video about like breaking through a brick wall or some shit like that. I don't remember if it was like the Kool-Aid Man or something like that pertaining to that fight or some shit like, but she was explaining that to him, and then he kind of questioned it back. He's like, yeah, but what about this and that? And then she like stood still and then she walked away. So like, if that was kind of like, you know, given the green light, which I feel like happens a lot, where they have to be like, yeah, well, what about this? And they would have to question each other. And that's happening in the office a lot, that there has to be sometimes where they go like, no, this is correct, I assure you, or whatever. So like, you know, when they show those facts or when they show those numbers, they kind of been given the green light with that. I think it was, this thing was like Nemesis something, I don't know. One thing I don't like about the DBS is that they almost entirely boil down to a few things. One, who can actually kill the other, and if both can, who has more experience. Yeah. There's, yeah, because the experience factor, I feel like, I don't know. There's some stuff that what Death Battle does is questionable. I think like the biggest thing they always get wrong every fucking time is Toon Force, especially. Like whenever they talk about a cartoon or like Superman, for example, is what they get wrong all the fucking time. All the fucking time. They use that as metric too much. Yeah. Cause like with Toon Force, for example, you know, they did Kirby's strength based on him hitting a character over the moon where they fall back down, and they took that as serious, saying that, oh, he's strong enough to hit somebody in the moon and back. It's like, that's not how the fuck that works. Just cause that happens doesn't make Bugs Bunny stronger than Goku or some shit, you know? Like, when it comes to the Toon Force rule, how I always look at it, it's like, whenever you look at it in Looney Tunes or in Tom and Jerry or whatever, is that a lot of the time when it comes to these characters, it's like whoever's in control and who's the most calm, and compared to like who's the most angry, would always get the advantage. Even Bugs Bunny has been in the other end of him being butt of the joke, where he's losing his cool and the other characters calm. That's kind of always been the rule of, like, you know, who has the most control over the other one. It's kind of almost like a chess game if you really think about it. It's not really so much like, oh, he's standing in the air and he hasn't looked down yet. Oh my gosh, he could fucking float, he could fucking fly. That's kind of what it feels like with Death Battle's looking at it. But it's not the case. It's like, and it's not like, oh, he punched him so hard he went through the fucking canyon and over the past the sun or whatever. It's like, he's the strongest character. It's like, bro, it's just a fucking cartoon. He's just, you know, he just got socked in the face and it's just supposed to be a funny moment. That doesn't mean he's like overly strong. I mean, you could see that he's, you know, he just beat his ass, I guess, to an extent. It's just whoever's the more controlled one, you know, out of the two cartoons, I guess. Like I said, Bugs Bunny, there's a few Looney Tune cartoons that, you know, he's been the butt of the joke and not the one in control. But if you see him with like Elmer Fudd or Bugs Bunny with like Yosemite Sam, Bugs Bunny 9 times out of 10 is the one in control. Toon Force is just plot armor, it's not particularly helpful. Yeah. And it's like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of one case that Bugs Bunny was the butt of the joke. I'm pretty sure it was like, man, I know there's a few ones out there. I definitely seen it. I want to say Daffy Duck, but Daffy Duck always is kind of the butt end of the joke when it comes to this. Like if it was like the smaller bunny, I don't know if they were featured together, because I know that like the Animaniacs and like I forgot the other cat. I almost said cat. What the fuck? I'll come back to it. I'll look it up eventually. This kind of when Donald Duck whipped extra flair out of his ass in Kingdom Hearts. Oh yeah. I mean, Kingdom Hearts was taken more seriously. Like, if they're doing the whole Toon Force logic, there's not that much in Kingdom Hearts. And I didn't even play that game to say that much. But yeah, with the whole Flair thing for sure. Because that game was taken more seriously than all of Looney Tunes. But that's kind of what I mean. It's like, that's like the biggest, like, crime that like Death Battle has done, is like looking at that and taking it and going like, oh, this is what Toon Force means. It's like, nah, it's like at the end of the day it's a chess game and it's control, even though it's like supposed to be comedic. That's just kind of how it's always been. And I think that like Mel Blanc had like rules for some of these characters too that he wanted to oppose on them. I think he, with the Wile E. Coyote thing, that in the last Death Battle with him versus Tom the Cat, like there was a conversation that, you know, he shall never speak unless he wins or whatever, and he'll never get what he wants, and that all his machines will break or whatever the fuck. Something like that. Like he put these self-imposed rules for, you know, that character. But yeah, Kingdom Hearts looks serious, but its plot is as transparent as mud. Oh. Well. Yeah, because I know a little bit here and there of Kingdom Hearts. I know that Kingdom Hearts 2 is a lot of people's favorite game for the most part. But like I was saying earlier though, like Android 18 versus like Captain Marvel, like that shit came out of nowhere. It's like, where the fuck they got the source that Android 18 could sap energy away? When the fuck did that happen? It's like Android 19 and 20 could do that. When the fuck could 18 do that? So like with that logic that Android 18 has these things and doesn't even have it on the palm of her hands, that apparently Android 17 could too, or what? Because they're kind of twin models at this point, like they're brother and sister or whatever. There's some pretty funny videos explaining the plot. My favorite one explains it by replacing darkness with bees. Oh, yeah. I guess they mentioned that like the whole Android 18 thing, they said they got it from a source on like one of the games that she could take energy from, but it felt like their whole counter argument was held up by duct tape and like tissue paper, because it seemed like an ability that any other character could have used, because it like sapped energy a little bit as they were fighting or something like that, and they took that and implied that she could just do that similarly to like 19 and 20. So it was rather weird. It was rather weird. So I don't know. There's a few death battles I always wanted to see, even though like I already know what the outcome's gonna be. Like I always, like I'm a Digimon fan as well, and I would have liked to see Mewtwo versus like Black War Greymon. Games in my opinion are less canonical than actual source material. I'd rather rank it from novels, shows than games. Yeah. So like Black War Greymon, he has this very similar storyline to Mewtwo in Digimon, and like for Black War Greymon, he's kind of he's in the second season of Digimon, and he's kind of been portrayed similar to like him trying to be the strongest Digimon that took care of like to like beat like, you know, the big mega Digimon or whatever. No Pokemon is winning against the Digimon, unfortunately. I think Mewtwo in this case has a pretty good chance, to be honest. But like it would be a good fight. I mean, Black War Greymon is pretty tough, but he's not like the strongest Digimon in actuality. But it would be interesting nonetheless. Because if they let Mewtwo Mega Evolve and going up against Black War Greymon, I think Mewtwo would win in this case. This would be the first Pokemon to win in it. Because like for Pokemon, yeah, I would agree that Pokemon 9 times out of 10 wouldn't win against a Digimon. Because like, you know, with regular Pokemon moves, there's fucking Growl and Tail Whip, and for all the other Digimon, like a basic bitch Digimon would just Pepper Breath, and that's enough. And that's a regular Fireball. The problem with Digimon is that they can just get stronger just because. Yeah, it depends on their tamers too. If their tamers believe in them, then they gain more power or whatever. Which is the problem with like the Red and Tai thing. It was horseshit because Tai literally punched Red in the face in the death battle. And I looked at that and I'm all like, that is exactly what Tai would do. He would just go up to the person and punches them in the face. So I'll give them that's pretty accurate that Tai would do that. But I mean, at least that also is a close match, like Mega Charizard X versus a War Greymon. But I mean, it was pretty close either way. But I feel like a Mewtwo in the conversation would be different than, like, you know, adding a Pikachu, for example. Like Pikachu won't win against any Digimon unless he fights a baby or some shit. I don't fucking know, a baby Digimon. But yeah, I think Mewtwo versus Black War Greymon would be my pick. I would like to see that match, and I was trying to pitch it to them, but I'm pretty sure that just falls through the cracks of everybody else pitching them ideas. But I like that idea. I think a more interesting matchup would be Pokemon versus Temtem. I don't know what Temtem would be represented to be like the one Temtem to fight another Pokemon. I don't think Temtem's known like that either. Unless you just mean like the entirety of it, which I don't think there's even enough Temtem to fight the 1,025 Pokemon that are out there, plus Because I am pretty sure Pokemon would win, even with the amount of guns that the Temtem might have. If we're dealing with all the Pokemon, there's Dialga, there's Palkia, Giratina, Arceus. Like, all the legendaries alone kind of laugh at the face of these guns. But, you know. Because, like, I don't know, like, Primal Kyogre and Primal Groudon would fuck them up too. A Battle Royale style, I would say one region versus another. One region? It depends what region you're talking about then. Because if it's Kanto, then they have to deal with Mewtwo along with Mew. If it's Johto, they have to deal with Ho-Oh and Lugia. If it's Hoenn, they have to deal with Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre, and the 3 Regis, and Jirachi, and Deoxys. Gen 4, then those are all the practical gods that they have to deal with. You know, Gen 5, I mean, that's the most competitive, viable gen that a lot of people kind of accepted. There are 165 Temtems of just Kanto. Do you think that Mewtwo wouldn't indefinitely beat them for the most part? Is there a Temtem that's like a Mewtwo equivalent? 6th gen would be like Zygarde, and then, you know, he could go 100%, and Yveltal could easily kill them all. Xerneas is the Pokemon of life. Gen 7 has the Ultra Beast if you include those, and those are pretty powerful that they could take on like the legendary Pokemon, the deities and stuff. And there's Solgaleo, and Lunala, and Necrozma, who can match up against Arceus. Gen 8 has Eternatus, and like Zamazenta and Zacian and shit like that. Gen 9, I don't even know about Gen 9. I don't know, man. It's kind of hard. I don't know too many Temtems, and I seen like a few. Like I saw like the big ass Pikachu with the gun or whatever. I remember the regional lore for Temtem being kind of crazy because it's basically post-apocalypse. Like, oh. Well, I mean, have you played the entirety of Temtem? Like, do you know if they're like, what would be the strongest Temtem that you could think at the top of your head that could probably compete? Because if we're excluding legendaries, then yeah, Temtem has a pretty good shot at like killing a lot of the Pokemon. Like Pikachu ain't gonna make it, Igglybuff won't make it, and shit like that. But there's still like other Pokemon, even if we don't include the Facito legendaries. Like there's Arcanine and Lucario and shit like that. Machamp, like. You know, it depends on the question if they could Gigantamax or Dynamax or not. I don't know. There's quite a bit of questions here. I played a fair bit, but I never finished it since it was so grindy. Oh. But it poses an interesting question, even still. Let's see. Because I think there's also 1,000 Digimon, just about, or 700 or some shit, I don't remember. 1308. They actually made new Digimon today, but yeah, the Digimon would easily beat all the Pokemon though. That would be a more interesting question. The legendaries would have a harder time to beat them, but the legendaries would have to fat carry the Pokemon. Because I keep thinking of Pikachu and Igglybuff, and I just feel so bad for them, and like Azuro, like they can't help. Magikarp's in their group too, it's like what the fuck are they gonna do? I mean, except for Pikachu's plot armor, like if he could Gigantamax, then, you know, obviously they're gonna try to save him, I guess, as best they can. I mean, there was other matches too, like I wouldn't mind seeing Mewtwo versus Frieza as well. Hold on, there's a couple other matches. I personally would like to see Hulk versus Superman, even though Superman would win by bullshit. Because to me, like, I like DC versus Marvel a lot. Like, I wish there was a fighting game with DC versus Marvel. And, you know, the good matchup that I always see in my head is like Hulk versus Superman. But, you know, they had Hulk versus Godzilla recently in there. They did Batman vs. Captain America, which is good. They did like Batman vs. Black Panther recently. Not too recently, but you know. And Hulk vs. Superman, I'm not sure how Superman would kill Hulk. Well, yeah, that's what makes it a good question. I'm all like... And, you know, they had Hulk vs. Brawly before. You know, which is the Super Saiyan and everything. And I don't know why they didn't do the green door to red door talk around then. And now they're doing it now with Godzilla, so it makes no fucking sense. So I don't know if they would ever revisit the Brawly fight. Because they just... Death Battle just kind of ignored that question if anybody asked them. Like, you know, what happened to that, so I'm not really sure. 2 Thunderbolts left. 1309. But yeah, I don't know. The Death Battle kind of swept it under the rug that they brought that up against Godzilla, but not against Brawly. Hulk has some BS regen revival. I don't think he would lose to Soup because he can't compete. But yeah. I'm trying to think of other matches that I would like. Crap. I was trying to remember one. Every now and then when I watch an anime, I try to like think back on like what would be a good match. I forgot that Bleach character name, but the one with the light arrow, like him versus like Pit would be pretty decent matchup. 1310 though. I had a match for Aang and I don't remember what it is for the life of me. Okay, let's go to Pokemon Center. I know who you were talking about. Yeah, I think his name is like Uryu or some shit like that. But him versus Pit would be pretty interesting. They do like the little light arrows thing. They could use their bow and arrow as swords, like his little tread needle thingy. Uryu's smart. Pit, you know, he's determined. Different weapons and shit like that. I mean, Pit has more weapons though. That's the thing. But like, you know, Uryu also has like his little magic circle shit. Yeah. Uryu Ishida, yeah. Yeah, no, I was trying to think of some other ones too. I had a fight for Aang and I don't remember. Shit. I think a while ago I used to say that like it'd be interesting if the Majora's Mask like Youngling versus Aang, but that's a hard like, you know, like justification to do it, because my logic is that he would put on a different mask of all the other characters in Majora's Mask and fight Aang, for example. But like I think Aang would overwhelm him a little bit. But up until the Fierce Deity versus like Aang at like full avatar state would be interesting. I don't know, cause like I think of the other masks and I think it'd be cool to see like the other elements that he has or whatever. Deku Scrub is gonna suck though, cause he could get burned alive and he can't even swim, like let alone touch the water barely. And Goron's immune to a lot of the stuff, kind of. I don't know. And then Zora, he's for some reason prone to fire. I don't understand that. But you know, shit like that. Like that's the logic that I had in my head with that. But it's kind of a hard case to fight. That Link would be decent. I mean, Aang doesn't have a real answer to spiritual creatures. use. I think gods fall under that. I forget if for Fierce Deity, I don't know. I wonder if there's a way for, like, I don't know in Majora's Mask if there's a way that you could like interrupt you know, the character to get their mask removed by force. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that's a possible thing, because they could do that with, like, for example, Majora, like, off the Skull Kid's face. So, like, what's to say that they can't do that to, like, a Deku Scrub or Goron or Zoro? I don't know, or Zora, I should say. I don't know if it has to be Link's hands, or like in the manga if they could take that mask off by force. I'm not sure. So like theoretically, if Aang somehow gets close enough to his face, like would he be able to remove it, or is he not able to do that shit? I mean, would Fierce Deity even allow him to get close enough? And he has those sword beams, and I know that Aang could dodge that shit. But it'd be cool. It's an interesting question nonetheless. I just, you know, because my first thoughts is like what the immunities are for like all these characters that he has. I still don't understand, like I said with Micah, like why he's weak to fire. Because I remember being burned by fire and he fucking dies. I'm like, what? How does that work? And like Goron's weak to water, which I understand because he sinks like a rock. But yeah, I don't know. And like Goron, like he would, I mean, then again, like the Snowhead Temple, he kind of gets like quite literally blown back by the wind, and that's how he died in the first place. So there's no wind resistance here, but Deku could fly off with this little leaf or his petals or whatever the fuck. Zora, it doesn't. I don't think there's anything pertaining to the wind that he had to deal with, but I don't know. But Goron, he could crush through the rocks and shit like that. Micah, I don't think they. I mean, I'm pretty sure he would die along with Deku Scrub. Deku Scrub wouldn't be the most helpful, but you know, with these examples, that's just what I think of. I'm like, well, what could deal with it the most? Because they give Aang versus like Edward Elric or whatever. And that's fine, I guess, but I don't think Edward competes well against like the whole Avatar state thing. But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting concept nonetheless. I mean, Aang is a mobile air, water, fire, and earth temples. Yeah, pretty much. Like, for most of the match, Aang would win, but the Fierce Deity, I think, also is kind of like the trump card to, like, even if he's in the Avatar state. But it's an interesting question, nonetheless. I was trying to think of another matchup. But these are matches that I wanted for so long, or at least thought about, like, considered. I'm sure that there's others or whatever. It'll come to me, I don't recall. I mean, I know that there's a few other Marvel and DC characters that they hadn't used. I don't remember, I think Dr. Fate and Dr. Strange happened, right? I don't recall. I think it would be funny as Aang could energy bend the deity mask as I know you. I mean, maybe. It does persist on energy. I mean, I'm pretty sure the sword beams count as energy because it takes up on the green bar, no, or whatever, the energy bar. Well, I mean, then again, it becomes unlimited. Isn't it based on your health? I don't know. It's been so long since I played Majora's Mask. Shit, there's still a couple other matches I'm trying to think of. Had they done Swamp Thing versus Man Swamp or some shit? I don't remember. It depends on how you define life force, magic, and spirit. Well, so far with like the spirit bending, bending their thing away. Well, he took his bending away. We know that for the most part. I can see a fair argument that it'd be bendable to energy in general. Yeah. 1311. Because I'm trying to think if they did that with any other characters, but I'm pretty sure they only did that with people when they like take their bending away or whatever. But when it comes to energy bending, it is on spirits, and that's what Korra did a lot of the time. But that whole season was a bit weird, the whole spirit season. Because I actually like Korra like on the first and third season, I think it was. But I gotta head to bed. I might be around tomorrow, but not for as long. Alright, it's all good. Have a good night, man. I'll be seeing you around. Have a good day at work tomorrow. I'm trying to remember, because for the Korra season, yeah, like the first and third season was for sure good. I really liked it a lot and such. Because the bloodbending thing was really dope with Ahmad or whatever his name is. Yep, see you later, man. And the third season with like the new airbender, that shit was dope. I really liked that season. The second, I'm pretty sure it was the second, and the fourth season, it was like... it was a bit tough for sure. But yeah. Okay. Actually, I think I have 2 packs available now in my TCG pocket. Alright, I guess we could open that. Hold on. I actually didn't take the promotional break, I just realized. Like I thought I would do. So actually, I will take the time to make a Facebook story right quick. Hold on. Let's go make a Facebook story. Generating a QR code. I'm not sure how much longer I'm gonna record. I might just go straight up for 5:45. I'm not really sure. But for the most part, you know, I mean, we were pretty lucky on the start. We found a shiny Pokemon within like the first 30 to 20 minutes. So we shall put green again, I guess. And then we will go to Facebook. As for the life of me, I don't remember all the other matches that there was. There's some Marvel and DC matches that I know I had, but I don't know if they have them or not. Because at the top of my head, I know that there's Quicksilver and Flash that already happened. There's Hawkeye and Green Arrow that already happened. Doctor Fate and Doctor Strange already happened. Let's see here. I mean, I'm sure it'll come to me eventually. Let's see here. What was I gonna do? Alright, Okie dokie, get this centered. A little bit more centered. And we will make this. Actually, hold on, let's put scan and watch for the quadruple giveaway. Man. Xenoverse, retro / vintage / shiny, oops, hunt or Eevee hunt. There we go. Okie dokie. Alright, now we've got that out the way, let's go ahead and continue. Alright, so we have TCG Pocket in store. We're about to get 2 packs. I think the second pack's about ready. Yeah, 2 packs are available. And I think we got Shiny Revelry now. So let's open Shiny Revelry. Go ahead and open it. Just a bunch of crap on my phone. None of the packs are turned over. That sucks. Okay, well I guess I have to look at it one at a time then. Alright, not that pack. Not that pack. Not that pack. Not that one either. Not that one. Okay, not that one either. Bro, I hate looking for these packs sometimes, and neither of them are crooked. That's another pack not crooked. What about this one? Nope. I'm almost looked through all of them. What the hell? Okay, one more pack. Okay, I'm just gonna shuffle through it. This one. Alright, let's open this pack. Nothing. I got Paldean Tauros. I got Abra. I got Hitmonchan. I got Shroodle. I got Drifblim. And that's it. Fucking A. Okay, let's search another as we get another Eevee. 1312. Alright, let's open Triumphant Light. Okie dokie. Let's open that. This pack is turned over. That's a good sign. Let's open this one then. Oh, I got something. Oh, I got a rainbow border in the second card, and I got a holographic on the back. Okay, let's see. Magneton, and the second card is a Glaceon EX. Wow, nice. Okay, so it is a lucky day for me. That's a good sign. And the other cards is Phanpy, Gibble, and a Giratina. That's holographic. Alright, nice. Not bad. It's about time I got something. It's feels like a long time since I had something good. Alright, so maybe today's the day. It's a good omen that I get Retro Eevee, unless it's used up because I got fucking Shiny Hysteric for the 4th fucking time, or 5th, whatever. But we'll see. Okay, let's see. 13. Okay. Let's get this. Might as well do this one. And we got ourselves 4 more hourglasses. So I think I will go all the way to 545. 'Cause that's a good sign. 13-14. Level 52. Holy hell, bruh. Okay. Alright, let's go to the Pokemon Center then. We shall switch our Pokemon. And I don't think Stratus is quite ready yet to train on its own. But Gorochu's finally caught up. So you are already at level 52, correct? You are. And you are already level 52, correct? You are. That's 1, 2. And then you are also level 52. That's 3 of them. So literally it's just Tri-Shot. Oh, yeah. Okay. Alright, Tri-Shot, I guess you could train up. Yeah, that's gotta be fine. It's gonna be a bit risky, only because, like, you know, just the fact that I'm not gonna be able to fight back or anything like that. Like, if there's an imposter Ditto, I might have to just take it out. So we'll see what we could do. Because right now we're at level 48, but it's pretty close to level 49, I'm almost positive. And I can't swap out the Xenoversal Ring unless I really want to face the facts that I might get injured. That's my last Pokemon to train besides Stratus. Okay, so now for the most part we could talk about the 11th movie. So let's talk about that. I think it's called, well, hold on, let me just select Pokemon Movie 9 and then just press forward twice. Hold on, let's just go to that. Okay, so let's go to the Rise of Darkrai and Giratina and the Sky Warrior. I almost put Shaman in the Sky Warrior. But yeah, we are in the next movie now. Giratina and the Sky Warrior, and then in the Japanese side it was called Giratina and the Sky Bouquet Shaman. Okay. And it premiered in Japan on July 19th, 2008, in the United States February 13th, 2009. Home video Japanese December 19th, 2008, in the United States March 31st, 2009. And the ratings is, in the US is rated G, Great Britain rated U, Ireland 6, PG for Canada, Quebec and Japan rated G, Germany rated 6, Australia and New Zealand rated G. So Pokemon Giratina and the Sky Warrior, Pocket Monsters Diamond and Pearl the movie, Giratina and the Sky Bouquet Shaman is the 11th Pokemon movie overall, and the second movie of a trilogy during the Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl that started with the Rise of Darkrai and ended with Arceus and the Jewel of Life. It premiered in Japan in July 19, 2008. Which move should I use? Just Fire Punch Lunge, I guess, again? 13-15. What was I saying? Shit. It premiered in July, it premiered in Japan on July 19th, 2008, 8. It first aired in the US on Cartoon Network on February 13, 2009, and the DVD was released on March 31st. It premiered in the United Kingdom on Jetix on May 23 to 23rd of May 2009. In Korea, released as TV movie in Tooniverse on July 3rd, 2009, and re-released in theaters on June 1st, 2022. The movie ties in heavily with the unreleased Pokemon Platinum, with the Jetix air broadcasting the air the day after the game's release. Okay, other posters and DVD covers. Pikachu the movie poster as Pikachu on Ash's hat, it seems, and then Piplup on Don's little, like, beanie. Giratina the Sky Bouquet's movie poster. I see Giratina, like, in a jumping squatting position, where I see Palkia and Dialga in the background, which is interesting. I don't see Shaman in sight, but the characters are on the bottom. Giratina and the Sky Bouquet Shaman final movie poster. This time we do see Shaman in the top right corner, Giratina really massive in the background, and a group of kids in the center that are the characters on the movie, with the Japanese characters at the bottom. Japanese Giratina, the Sky Bouquet Shaman DVD cover. We see Shaman Sky form flying through, and then Ash and Dawn are kind of back to back as Giratina's to the right, and it looks like Pikachu and Staravia on the left. Is this it? Is this gonna be? Of course not. I was gonna say the shiny Eevee, but no. Unfortunate. Okay, so this is 102 Dalmatians. Alright, let's go over and take the time to fly. Alright. Let's go over here. 102. And there we go. Thank you. And let's go back. Okay, so where was I pretty much? So the posters. So this poster says English promotional image prior to the US DVD release date announced. Giratina in like the top view, not really the top view, but like the neck up. And he has a very long neck because it's practically his torso with his wings. And we see Dawn and Ash just posing. I don't know where Brock is in this, but yeah. Pikachu and Peplup's also there. And I see Dialga. I think I see a little bit of Palkia. I can't tell. Poster handed out at Toys R Us events. We see Ash in the middle. It looks similar to the Japanese poster that I mentioned before with the Giratina and the Sky Bouquet Shaman final movie poster. It looks similar to that, but the lighting's a bit differently. It looks a bit more faded. Japanese poster featuring Shaman is the Shaman Sky form. Just predominantly him in a almost full view, pretty much. With like a space background almost. 1316. Level 47 for you, you're almost there. US DVD cover, we got ourselves the same poster, just also different lighting, because the other one had like kind of a fluorescent, almost pinkish to purple coloring. This one's almost like brownish kind of coloring. It's rather weird, but it's similar to the other one that I said looked similar to the last one I said looked similar to. I know that sounds confusing, but yeah. US re-release DVD cover, we see Giratina in the origin form, flying kind of like a roller coaster dragon, you know, if that makes sense, kind of a wave. Ash in the group along with Dawn, Jesse, James, Meowth, Piplup, and Pikachu, and some other dude. I don't see Brock, I think. Australian alternate DVD cover is Giratina predominantly in this cover with like a sky background, which I don't know why they gave Shaman the space background and not like this one, but oh well. Japanese logo, which is, you know, exactly what it sounds like. Pokemon Giratina and the Sky Warrior title screen, which is Giratina's logo with the wings and all that stuff, and the Sky Warrior. And English logos is that without the background. Digital release of the English logo is also exactly what it sounds like, except this one without the wings and Pokemon not miniaturized. But spoiler alert for what's upcoming, we got the blurb on here. Giratina is the sole Pokemon living in the reverse world, a little known realm adjacent to our own, enraged with Palkia and Dialga disrupt time and space. It drags Dialga into the reverse world for a battle, but the conflict is broken up by a tiny Shaman, the gratitude Pokemon. After departing the reverse world and meeting Ash and his friends, Shaman, communicating telepathically, asks for help so it can be reunited with the other Shaman in the Great Steel Garden. Soon after Ash and his friends agree to assist Shaman, they're dragged into the reverse world and meet Newton Graceland, who's been researching the mysterious realm. Little do they know that Newton's former assistant, Zero, seeks to harness Giratina's power to rule the reverse world, even if that means destroying the real world. Can our heroes and their Pokemon thwart Zero's evil plan to protect both worlds? Will Giratina resolve its differences with Dialga? And what will Ash and his friends learn about that special Shaman? The plot is what the section we're in. The Pokemon world is shown as the camera zooms in on what looks like a graph of the Pokemon of the inside of a computer chip, with Pokemon moving around inside and some scenes from earlier movies. In the sky, a lot of bird Pokemon and Lugia are flying around. Underwater, a lot of water-type Pokemon are swimming around, along with Kyogre. On the mountainside, several Pokemon are relaxing with some Seazots are hanging out of a tree in the forest, as several forest Pokemon are playing around on a grassy field as the sun sets. Several Pokemon are playing around as Cresselia floats by. In the big city, several Pokemon are playing on the playground. A trainer brings out a Magmortar to battle another trainer's Rhyperior. Magmortar hits Rhyperior with a Fire Blast. Rhyperior used Rock Smash, while Magmortar used Fire Punch, creating an explosion. In the garden, Eevee and 7 of his evolutions are relaxing and Luxray is playing around. As the sun rises, Ash is shown getting ready for a Pokemon battle. Pikachu used Thunderbolt on Electivire. Ash and his friends arrive at their next destination, which is surrounded by mountains and a lake. Through a forest, a Shaman is walking through as several Combi fly above. Shaman arrives at a lake and drinks from it as a Dialga enters from a different area of the lake. In the reverse world, Giratina floats around while a sphere shows Dialga from the regular world. From the regular world, a swirl in the lake shows Giratina from the reverse world is shown floating around. From his airship, the Mega Rig Zero observes the legendary Pokemon. As Dialga drinks from the lake, a portal opens up as the shadow of Giratina in its altered form grabs Dialga, changes to its original form and forces it to enter the reverse world as Shaman looks on and is dragged along with them. Zero and Infi observe the whole thing as Giratina is entering back into the reverse world. It changes back into its origin form and hits the ground with Shaman holding on to Giratina. Newton Graceland and his Shieldon runs up to the two Pokemon and uses an analyzer on his eye to watch the battle between them. As he zooms in, he notices Shaman on Dialga's tail. Giratina and Dialga battle as Dialga breaks away and tries to exit the portal. As Shaman gets tossed around and lands on an edge, Dialga can poke its head through the portal. The Giratina again pulls it back into the reverse world. Let's see, where was I? Dialga and Giratina fight each other as Shaman observe a dark purple gas. Giratina uses Will-O-Wisp, which hits Dialga as Shaman hangs in there. Giratina uses Will-O-Wisp while Dialga dodges it. And Shaman is sent flying and uses Sea Flare to reopen the portal in fear of Giratina. Shaman is sent flying through the portal to the regular world, lands in the lake, and helplessly goes down the stream as Zero watches through his computer screen. Dialga again tries to enter the portal and can get its head through, but again Giratina drags it back into the reverse world. Dialga fires its energy on Giratina and can finally exit the portal to the regular world. Giratina uses clear beam from its mouth to reopen the portal, but it is locked into a time loop by Dialga, blocking it from exiting the reverse world. When it tries to exit, Giratina tries over and over to break through, but just cannot bypass the time loop. Giratina's eyes glow red as it roars in frustration. Dialga is free at the portal fully. Dialga is free as the portal fully closes, leaving Giratina in the reverse world. Dialga heads back to where it came from. Zero watches as Giratina continues to try to break through the barrier to exit the portal. Shaman continues down the river and down the waterfall with several wingles on rocks. Ash looks out at the lake and then runs up and stares to where Brock is making pancakes. Brock tells Ash that he must wash his hands, and even though Ash pretends he doesn't need to, even with his dirty hands showing, Dawn was already washing her hands. Ash goes to wash his hands as Brock uncovers the Pokemon food to Pikachu and Piplup, I should say. Dawn brings out Swinub, Ambipom, Baniri, and Pachirisu. Ash brings out Gliscor, Chimchar, Turtwig, Staravia, and Weasel. Brock brings out Sudowoodo, Happiny, and Croagunk. As Ash and his friends watch their Pokemon eat, Shaman crawls on top of the table, all covered in soot. Ash goes to eat the pancakes but sees that Shaman is eating the food already. Piplup tries to take the pancakes from it, but Shaman keeps eating and accidentally bites down on Piplup's arm, making Piplup very upset. Shaman shakes his body, making the soot blow everywhere and making everyone cough. Shaman jumps on top of Pikachu. Ash heads while biting the hat, and then on top of the barbecue pit, it knocks over as Brock was ready to use Pan if needed. Shaman falls to the ground, the barbecue pit explodes as Shaman absorbs the smoke from it and uses Seed Flare. The Seed Flare creates an explosion, sending everyone backward to the ground. Piplup yells at Shaman as the other Pokemon angrily approaches it. So we got 317, or 1317 I should say. Where was it? Piplup yells at Shaman as the other Pokemon angrily approaches it, and Dawn steps in to grab Shaman before the Pokemon can attack and brings it to the fountain to wash it off. Shaman is completely cleaned as everyone looks on and shakes it off of the water while splashing them. Shaman reveals that it can communicate telepathically to everyone. Shaman speaks of that place, which no one understands what it's referring to. Shaman turns red as it develops a fever, while Brock checks its forehead. Everyone returns to their Pokemon to their Pokeballs and heads to the Pokemon Center. At the Pokemon Center, Nurse Joy and Chansey are using a lamp-like scanner to check Shaman's condition. As the computer shows the result of the scans, Brock puts on some glasses while Nurse Joy also wears them and shows his love to her. Croagunk uses Poison Jab to stop him from continuing and drags him away. Dawn feeds Shaman and a brown piece of food. Ash introduces himself and Pikachu as Shaman blows smoke in his face. Nurse Joy explains how it absorbs dirty things and lets them out with Seed Flare. Shaman likes to make fun of Ash for not understanding what it's talking about. Ash was not pleased with how Shaman was being so demanding. But in another room, Team Rocket listens in on the conversation about Shaman. Shaman jumps on top of Ash's head and makes him take it where it wants to go. Team Rocket closes the door to the other room and decides what they want to steal Shaman. Let's see here. Ash and his friends head outside as Shaman continues to pull at Ash's head in different directions. While Ash is upset about it, Dawn grabs Shaman as it blooms a few more flowers. Giratina senses that and continues to float around the reverse world. Shaman leads everyone in another direction through a garden by some triangle-shaped statues. The statues begin to ripple and Giratina is shown floating through on the reflection. As Shaman senses that something's very wrong, James picks up Shaman as Team Rocket tries to run off with it. But a portal opens from one of the triangle statues and drags him into the reverse world. Dawn grabs Shaman from Team Rocket, but Dawn and Ash were also dragged through the portal and into the reverse world. Brock looks on as the portal closes behind them. Ash and Dawn land on a stone pillar. Shaman is very scared as Giratina floats by. However, it notices Shaman and begins to approach. Ash and Dawn, Giratina... Oh my gosh, I can't read. I hate doing the run-on sentences. It notices Shaman and begins to approach Ash and Dawn. Giratina roars as Shaman is even more scared and thinks that Giratina wants to eat. Pikachu uses Thunderbolt as Giratina disappears into the shadow using Shadow Force and reappears right behind them. Piplup uses Bubble Beam which hits, but it's not very effective. Noon and Grayson appears out of nowhere in front of Ash and Dawn as we got another Eevee, 13-18. Where was I? Newton Graceland appears out of nowhere in front of Ash and Dawn, telling him to stop attacking. Giratina uses Will-O-Wisp while Shieldon counters with Ice Beam. Newton leads them down. Sorry, I kept tapping the mic. Newton leads them down a path that has no gravity and then to a stairwell with gravity in which they climb down. Piplup and Pikachu and Shieldon follow them, but Piplup slips and Pikachu has to grab him before he falls. Giratina continues floating around the reverse world. Newton claims to be a genius scientist while Dawn and Ash are skeptical and Shaman mocks him. Ash and Dawn introducing themselves to Newton. Meanwhile, Brock is looking at the statue they entered and has a puzzle as to what could have happened to them. Newton shows them a device that can help them find the exit portal to the real world. At a different part of the reverse world, Team Rocket is puzzled by the way the reverse world looks. They hide behind a wall as Giratina floats by them. As Ash, Dawn, and Newton, are waking towards the portal, they see purple smoke. Pikachu and Piplup approaches the smoke. As Piplup breathes it in and he gets sick from it, Newton tells them not to breathe in the smoke as it's very dangerous. More of the purple smoke appears above them. Newton explains that during the battle between Dialga and Palkia and the rise of Darkrai, time and space were distorted, causing purple smoke to enter the reverse world and fill it, making Giratina very angry, and is why Giratina attacked Dialga earlier in the movie. However, Noon reveals that Shaman used Sea Flare, which allowed Dialga to escape. A bubble appears around Ash and his friends that shows Brock from the real world. Ash and Dawn call to him, but Noon yells out at them to not do that. Ash touches the bubble which bursts and sends Brock flying backwards to the ground. They jump from one pillar to another as Giratina floats by. Shaman pulls Ash to jump across the pillars because Giratina is nearby. Ash almost falls as he hits the ground hard while Giratina grabs Shaman. Ash's hat had hit the ground and started shaking. The real Shaman comes out of the hat as they realize that it used substitute to escape and left the fake in Giratina's mouth. The fake disappears to Giratina's surprise as it floats away. They head up the pathway and reach the portal. Piplup, Pikachu, and Dawn enter the portal and exit back into the real world. Ash asks Noon if he is coming with, and he says that he is staying back. Ash enters the portal into the real world. After some convincing by Noon, the portal closes before Team Rocket can enter it.
Jessie tries to jump into where the portal closed up, but almost falls as Newton saves her. Giratina continues to float around as Zero watches on the screen. Dialga continues to head back to its world. Ash tries to explain the reverse world to Brock. As the statue shows Giratina floating through the reverse world, Zero notices that Dawn is holding Shaman and heads to where Ash and his friends are at. And realizes that Giratina is seeking Shaman's power. Shaman continues to mock Ash about him getting frustrated with not knowing where Shaman wants them to go. So Magnemite and Magneton show up and surround Ash and his friends, while Zero showed up with Magnezone. Pikachu uses Thunderbolts while Magneton blocks it with Meteor Shot. The explosion it created knocked out some of the Magnemite as Ash and his friends run away in the alley. Piplup uses Whirlpool to trap the Magnemite so that they won't be able to follow them right away. That's another Eevee in the books, 13-19. Okay, let's try this again. Where was I? They pass by a few of the townspeople on the way through the alleyway. The Magnemite, Magneton, and Magnezone follow them as Ash and his friends board on the train to not be seen. The Pokemon search around for them. I hope that's where I was at. Ash and his friends are relieved that they got away from the Pokemon. Shaman pulls Ash's ear, which hurts him. Dawn feeds Shaman some food. As Shaman jumps into her arms, Shaman mocks Ash some more, making him mad as he blows smoke in his face. Ash yells at Shaman for blowing smoke into his face. They speak to some people on... Sorry, I'm just distracted because I'm like standing and then looking up and down, and it makes it harder to find the spot where I was reading and shit. Let's see here. They speak on some people on the train as Shaman jumps onto another woman's arms and feels comfortable there. Three more flowers bloom on Shaman's body. Giratina continues to float around the reverse world. Newton and Team Rocket are hiding from Giratina, and when the coast is clear, they keep on moving. A man on the train shows everyone a basket of Gracidia flowers. The people on the train explain that Shaman transforms when exposed to the Gracidia flowers, found at the top of the mountain, where all the Shaman live. Inside of the train, a ripple is shown, showing a Giratina floating around the reverse world, and the ripple disappears again. Shaman inhales spores from the flower and turns into the Sky Fan. Shaman jumps on Ash's head and then moves around the train. Everyone decides that they will help Shaman return to its home. Magnezone and Magneton Magnemite appear near the windows for the train after having caught up with the train. The Magnemite and Magneton break through the windows and the train and prepare to attack. Shaman goes in the middle of the Pokemon. Then floats away as the two Magnemite collide with each other. Shaman uses Energy Ball, which hits several of the Pokemon, and some leave the train. Two Magnemites try to attack, but Shaman dodges and they collide with each other. Pikachu uses Iron Tail to send two Magneton out of the train. Two Magnemite attack Pikachu, but he dodges and they collide with each other. Piplup uses Bubble Beam to send the Pokemon out of the Pokemon. Fuck, I lost my place. To send the Pokemon out of the window, Pikachu uses Volt Tackle and Piplup uses Whirlpool to send more Pokemon away from the train. Two Magnemite tried to attack Pikachu, but Shaman used Energy Ball to send them away. Pikachu used Thunderbolt and Shaman used Energy Ball on Magnezone to send it out the window and hits the wall of the tunnel. The train enters the tunnel. The camera zooms out to show that the Magnezone, Magneton, and Magnemite have crashed into the wall of the tunnel. This is a very repetitive fucking Like, there's so much repetition, made me think that I read this shit over and over again. But no, that's what it said. At least I think so. I don't think I was... I mean, like I said before, you could always follow the Bulbapedia of what I'm, like, reading from on, like, the plot section. Let's see. As Sprinkle fly above the dock, Ash and his friends wave goodbye to the people from the train as they head off to Shaman's home in a boat. Zero heads back to the Mega Rig to continue observing Ash and the others. The base is shown floating in the clouds. As the boat is headed towards Shaman's home, the Pokemon play around. The boat passes by some Spheals, Cilia, and Walrein. Luminion and Finneon are also seen swimming underwater. Everyone looks on as the water-type Pokemon jump in and out of the water. Shaman floats all the way to the sky and then back down to the boat. Piplup also tries to fly but it falls into the water. Piplup swims under the water and then jumps in and out of the water. What the fuck, man? What's with these sentences? They go in the water and then they go out of the water and then they go back in the water. Underwater, they decide to go up above the water to go out of the water. It's like, bro, they didn't need to say all of that. Staravia takes Pikachu into the air and flies around. Shaman and Staravia fly together as Piplup jumps in and out of the water. Piplup tries again to fly but can't. The boat passes a rainbow and some waterfalls. Shaman flies in and out of the waterfalls while splashing Ash. Shaman grabs Ash and tries to bring him into the air. Shaman and Staravia fly by some Altaria and Swablu. Back at the Mega Rig, Zero is watching a video of Newton in the reverse world. As he is talking when Giratina floating around. As Ash and his friends continue down the river, a ripple appears in the water and pulls everyone down into the reverse world, including their Pokemon. Zero arrives where they are at with Pokemon and enters the portal as well with this Pokemon before it closes. Ash and his friends land on a rock pillar. Giratina floats by and Shaman uses Energy Ball on it. Shaman uses another Energy Ball while Giratina hits back with Shadow Force, which sends Shaman towards a wall. Pikachu uses Thunderbolt, which isn't very effective on Giratina. As Shaman is able to avoid colliding with the wall, as the sun sets, Shaman uses Energy Ball again on Giratina, but Giratina dodges it. Shaman uses Energy Ball, but it transformed back into its land form. Shaman falls, but Staravia was able to save it. Shaman jumps back to Ash and his friends, but lands on Ash while knocking him down. As they run away, Giratina, Shaman is on Ash's head, reasoning that if it got eaten, Ash would get eaten as well. Much to Ash's annoyance, Pikachu uses Thunderbolt while Giratina dodges and uses Will-O-Wisp, which everyone dodges. Newton waves for them to follow him from an upside down position. Ash and his friends follow him and are also waking upside down on the path and through a cave. As Giratina floats by, when Ash asks Shaman where its confidence from Skyform went, Shaman simply states that it left it in the sky. Ash recalls Staravia back to its Pokeball. Giratina continues to float around the reverse world. As Zero looks on with his Pokemon. In the cave, everyone runs into Team Rocket as they give some water to Newton. Ash asks why he is trusting them. Shaman jumps off of Ash, and Shaman blocks blows smoke in his face. Oh my gosh, I can't read. Hold on, let me read that over. I think I might have skipped something. Ash asks why he is trusting them. Shaman jumps off Ash's head and mocks Meowth. Meowth is upset and Shaman blows smoke in his face. A couple of Magnemite grab Shaman and take it to Zero. Ash and his friends reach Zero and Newton recognizes him, revealing to everyone that, hold on. And revealing to everyone that Zero was once his assistant. And several Magnemite trap them so they cannot move. The Magnemite circle around and send the dangerous purple gas floating towards everyone as they hold their breath to not breathe it in. The Magnemite brings Shaman instead of the purple gas, and it absorbs the gas. Giratina continues to float around the reverse world and heads towards Shaman. Shaman uses Sea Flare to create a major explosion, sending everyone backward as Giratina roars. The explosion causes the portal to reopen and pulls everyone up to the real world. Shaman is now in utter fear of its most recent encounter with Giratina. However, Newton explains to it that Giratina only wanted its Sea Flare so that it could regain its ability to traverse between the real and reverse worlds. Giratina follows them into the real world while looking like a pink shadow. As Giratina lands, it turns into alternate form. Ash notices its different appearance, which Newton explains is likely due to the gravity changes, as we got another Eevee 1320. Let's see. Zero also enters the portal back into the real world along with his Pokemon. The Mega Rig heads towards everyone and uses Red Laser to prevent Pokemon from to prevent Giratina from moving. A red cage attached to his Mega Rig surrounds Giratina and traps it inside. The cage begins draining Giratina's energy. Zero jumps onto the cage as it heads back to the Mega Rig. The cage attaches the Mega Rig while still draining Giratina's energy as Zero jumps into the Mega Rig. The computer inside the Mega Rig displays Giratina and the amount of energy that has been drained. A red 3D diamond shape surrounds Giratina while draining its energy. As Ash and his friends look on, Newton revealed to everyone that he's designed the Mega Rig and wanted to absorb Giratina power so that he could traverse between the two worlds at will. However, he canceled the project when he realized that this was proved fatal to Giratina and deleted all of the blueprints, which led to him and Zero leaving on rocky terms. He suspects that Zero had remembered everything he had designed. Shaman absorbs spores from the Gracidia flowers and turns back into sky form. Shaman flies around before heading towards the Mega Rig, while Noon Ash Dawn following it. Brock has left behind on the ground and he is very disappointed. Zero sends his Pokemon to go after Ash and his friends. Magnezones, I said Magnazine, what the fuck. Magnezone tries to hit Shaman with Shockwave as Shaman keeps dodging. Shaman uses Energy Ball, which lands a critical hit on Magnezone. Magnemite and Magneton uses Thunderbolt on Ash and his friends while they keep dodging the attacks. Zero goes inside of the Mega Rig as Ash and his friends approach the airship. Piplup uses Bubble Beam while Pikachu uses Thunderbolt to try and break the cage that is surrounding Giratina. The attacks were unable to break the cage. The Magnemite and Magneton use Thunderbolt on everyone, but Shaman blocks the attack with Energy Ball. Magnezone uses Mirror Shot at Shaman, while Shaman dodges it. Magnezone tries to Mirror Shot again. As it hits Shaman and knocks it down towards the ground, Ash and his friends were able to grab Shaman before it hit the ground. Piplup uses Bubble Beam while Pikachu uses Thunderbolt to attack the Magnemite and Magneton so that they could get through. They land on the Mega Rig as Piplup uses Bubble Beam and Pikachu uses Thunderbolt to hold back the Magnemite and Magneton. Okay. So we got 1321. Where was I? Magnemite and Magneton. Shieldon uses Flash Cannon to make a hole in the engine so that they head inside. The computer screen shows that 50% of Giratina energy has been drained. Chimchar uses Flamethrower, Pikachu uses Thunderbolt, and Weasel uses Sonic Boom to hold off the Magnemite and Magneton. Weasel uses Water Pulse, Ambipom uses Swift, and Piplup uses Bubble Beam, and Baneri uses Ice Beam to keep holding Magnemite and Magneton back. Shaman used Energy Ball to help hold them back as well. The amount of energy absorbed from Giratina reaches 74% by the time Newton reaches the computer. The Pokemon continue attacking the Magnemite and Magneton as Giratina keeps suffering inside of the cage. With the device from his backpack, Noon types on the keyboard on the computer while trying to shut down the energy draining of the machine. Zero assistants let her know that Noon is trying to end the energy draining Nguyen finishes typing and pressing a red button to stop the energy drainage at 99%. The cage around Giratina disappears as it falls to the base of the cage. The engines of the Mega Rig are also shut down. As the ship heads towards the ground, the Pokemon are returned to their Pokeballs as Ash and his friends jump on the hover car so that they do not crash to the ground with the with the Mega Rig. Everyone heads to check on Giratina, but it slips from the cage and falls in the water as Brock looks on. Zero sends a small ship into the water, and the Mega Rig crashes into the forest as the forest Pokemon ran away from the ship. Giratina climbs out of the water and collapses to the ground as Ash and his friends head to where Giratina collapsed. Giratina appears to be dead as everyone in the forest Pokemon gather around, much to everyone's relief. Giratina takes a break. Shaman uses aromatherapy to completely heal Giratina. Shaman is exhausted, and Giratina roars after being completely healed. Shaman hides behind Ash since it is still fearful of Giratina. Ash and Pikachu tell Giratina that they saved its life. Giratina is very thankful for everything Ash and his friends and the Pokemon did for it. Shaman no longer fears Giratina. In the small ship they went into the water. The Mecha Giratina Zero comes out of the water and heads towards everyone. Zero sends an attack towards Giratina as Giratina counters with Will-O-Wisp. Pikachu uses Thunderbolt, Piplup uses Bubble Beam, and Shieldon uses Flash Cannon towards the Mecha Giratina. While Oli Flash Cannon makes contact with the ship, Zero uses some air waves to reopen the portal and uses it to enter the reverse world. After Zero enters the reverse world, Team Rocket notices him and tries to flag him down so that they can escape back to the real world. And in one of the crystals of the reverse world, Zero sees Ash and his friends. Zero destroys the crystal with Ash and his friends. The break-in of the crystal sends a shockwave. That knocked everyone to the ground. Giratina uses Clear Beam from his mouth to reopen the portal and enter the reverse world. Ash jumps into the hover car and heads into the portal to the reverse world as well. Zero moves through the purple smoke and continues moving through the reverse world. Zero begins breaking the ice crystals in the reverse world, which have an effect in the real world. A glacier breaks apart and slides down towards the Tenny village. In the temple, a Regigigas wakes up during the commotion. Zero continues to break in the ice crystals, while in the real world the glaciers keep breaking. A herd of Mamoswine notice the glaciers heading towards the village. A glacier is moving through the lake as Zero watches what's going on. Zero continues to break the ice crystals as Giratina floats by and uses Will-O-Wisp to hit the Mecha Giratina. Pikachu uses Thunderbolt, while Shaman uses Energy Ball to also hit the ship. Giratina roars at his mechanical counterpart. See, I thought that was the 10th movie. I remember this movie a lot more, and I guess I got it mixed up, that I swear that Regigigas and Mamoswine was in the 10th movie, but I guess not. In the real world, Swinub use Ice Shard, Baniri, Bibarel, Bidoof, Aggron, Frostlass, Sentret, Furret, and Abomasnow will use Ice Beam to freeze the lake to be able to stop the glacier from moving. Giratina uses Dragon Claw on the Mecha Giratina, but Zero pushes it against a wall. Zero attacks Giratina with the ship, while Giratina dodges and uses Will-O-Wisp to hit the ship. Ash pulls up next to Zero. Shaman and Turtwig use Energy Ball, and Pikachu uses Thunderbolt, Chimchar uses Flamethrower, and Giratina uses Will-O-Wisp on the ship. As we got 1322. The Mecha Giratina attacks and the real Giratina use Will-O-Wisp as both attacks create an explosion. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the glacier begins to break through the ice barrier that the Pokemon created. Nguyen recalls that it had happened before. Baniri used Ice Beam and Swinub used Ice Shard to try to stop the glacier, but it keeps on going. Regigigas appears on the top of the mountain along with many Mamoswine that has summoned. On the other side of the mountain, even more Mamoswine arrive as well. Back in the reverse world, Zero attacks Giratina with the ship. As Giratina hits the ground, Zero attack with the Mecha Giratina again. As several ice pillars land on top of the Giratina, Ash calls Giratina's name, Regigigas, and all the other mammal swine try to hold back the large glacier. It keeps moving even when they push it back. Regigigas use Crush Grip on the glacier to try to hold it back. Meanwhile, back in the reverse world, Zero tries to finish off Giratina with another attack, but Pikachu's Thunderbolt collided with it and creates an explosion. Pikachu uses Thunderbolt, Shaman uses Energy Ball, and Chimchar uses Flamethrower attack to attack the Mecha Giratina. Zero hits Ash and his Pokemon with part of the Mecha Giratina, knocking them out to the hover car and onto the ship. Zero uses Gripping Claws to grab Turtwig and Chimchar as Ash and Pikachu run away from them. Ash is cornered as the claws come towards him. Pikachu uses Thunderbolt, and Shaman uses Energy Ball to destroy them. Ash recalls Turtwig and Chimchar to their Pokeballs to get them out of the grip of the claws. Zero shows himself to Ash as Pikachu gets ready to use Thunderbolt on him. Giratina is still stuck underneath the ice pillars as the purple smoke floats by with Team Rocket looking on. Zero closes the ship doors as he takes the ship into the purple smoke. Ash and Pikachu try not to breathe in the smoke as Shaman steps in to absorb the smoke. Back in the real world, Regigigas keeps trying to hold back and stop the glacier with the Crush Grip. In the reverse world, enough of the purple smoke has been cleared so that Ash and Pikachu can breathe again. The claws go after Pikachu and Shaman again, and Pikachu used Thunderbolt to send them back. Giratina grabs part of the ship and tries to bring it to the ground, but Zero uses a beam to attack Giratina. Shaman uses Sea Flare to open the portal so that they can re-enter the real world. Zero tries to attack Shaman with the ship, but Giratina holds onto the ship. The portal opens as Team Rocket holds onto the ground, and Ash holds into the Mecha Giratina so that they do not fall. Giratina uses Will-O-Wisp on the ship as it goes through the portal and crashes onto the ice in the real world. Mamoswine and Baneri uses Ice Beam, and Swinub uses Ice Shard to freeze the ship in place. The whole ship shuts down along with Eevee. Shaman goes through the portal into the real world, crashes down onto the ice. Shaman flies into the air, turns it into a landform, and falls into Dawn's arms. The portal closes and Team Rocket, Ash, and Giratina are still trapped inside of the reverse world. How much more? Oh my gosh. Ash rides on Giratina as they float around the reverse world. Giratina uses his power to restore ice pillars back to the way they were. In the real world, the glacier finally stops in its place. Giratina opens up a portal to the real world as Giratina and Ash come through into the real world, and Ash waves to everyone. Giratina comes down onto the ice, and Ash jumps off to be with his friends. Giratina roars and flies high into the sky as Noonan uses gadget of his to analyze it. As we got another egg. There's so many times I was like so tired, and I think it's because of the lack of sleep I got. This is 103, I think. Alright, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and do it. This story is fucking long, dude, but I think it's because of the person that typed it, to be honest with you, because, like, what the fuck? Runaway ability, attack self-defense is down with alert to sounds. Okie dokie. Alright. Okay, let's go back. I don't know how far into... part of me does want to end like an hour early, but at the same time, I'm like thinking to myself, like, today should be considered a lucky day. The shiny to start with, I got a rainbow card and TCG pocket. Like it's good to you know. Did I go to Pokemon Center? Yeah, I might have. You know, for the meantime, let me just retweet. Just for the meantime. Hold on. Let me just do that because I'm pretty sure I did use the Pokemon Center. If I didn't, then that's fine. Let me just retweet this. Okay. And we're back. Just like that. Alright. This story is so fucking long though. Jesus. I don't even know where I left off at. Okay, let's start from here. In the real world, the glacier finally stops in its place. Giratina opens up a portal to the real world as Giratina and Ash come through into the real world, and Ash waves to everyone. Giratina comes down onto the ice as Ash jumps off to be with his friends. Giratina roars and flies high into the sky as Newton uses a gadget of his to analyze it. Later on, many more shaman appear in the field of flowers. As the sun rises, the Gracidea flowers blooms, as the other shaman turn into their sky form and fly into the sky. Shaman cries as it enters the field of Gracidea flowers and turns into a sky form. As it flies high into the sky, the flower petals go flying as the shaman circles around in the sky. The shaman fly over everyone's head and head far off into the distance. Ash and Dawn tear up as they say their final goodbyes to Shaman. During the credits, pictures of Ash and his friends sending Gracidea flowers and heading off in a boat are presented. Regigigas was shown looking over the ice-covered area while some mammal swine ran around. Ash and his friends made it onto the dock as Ash catches up to Pikachu while he was running. The Mecha Giratina is unfrozen as Newton helps Zero out of the ship, and Officer Jenny arrests the villains. The delivery man is shown delivering the Gracidea flower gift baskets to Delia, Joanna, and Flint on behalf of Ash, Dawn, and Brock. Magnemite, Magneton, and Magnezone are seen floating around the tunnel, and the Aaron, Lairon, and Aggron are feasting on the remains of the Mega Rig. Team Rocket is shown to be back in the real world as they walk by the temple and are hit by Regigigas ropes, which sends them blasting off. Shaman is shown sleeping before the sun rises and then turns into the sky form as soon as the sun rises. Ash and his friends heads off to the next destination in the Sinnoh region. And yeah, I might as well finish reading this part. Featured Pokemon, Giratina and Shaman, major events. It just shows the timeline of it. Debuts, Giratina, Shaman, Magnezone, Regigigas, Mamoswine, Magmortar, Rhyperior, Leafeon, Togekiss, and Cresselia. Which, starting from where I said Magmortar, all the rest of them are cameos. Characters for humans: Ash, Dawn, Brock, Jesse, James, Officer Jenny, Nurse Joy, Delia, Flint, Lola, Brock's siblings, Joanna, Layla, Moose, Zero, Newton, Graceland, Layla's great-grandmother, Sylvan, Shun, Taka, Kako, cameos of Brendan and Lucas, mother and daughter. Yes, we got another Eevee right here, 1323. Alright, so Regigigas making his debut with these Mamoswine running around, the Pichu's Posse cameo. Oh, damn, yeah. I see a Honchkrow too, and a Snorlax and all that. Interesting. Okay, so Pikachu, Meowth, Piplup, Staravia, Turtwig, Chimchar, Buizel, Gliscor, Baniri, Pachirisu, Ambipom, Swinub, Sudowoodo, Croagunk, Capini, Glameow, Magnemite, Magneton, Magnezone, Shieldon, Teddiursa, Smeargle, Flaffy, Rhyperior, Magmortar, Shaman, Giratina, Dialga, Palkia, Regigigas, Mamoswine, multiple of those, Frostlass, Cresselia, Leafeon, Eevee, Espeon, Umbreon, Glaceon, Flareon, Jolteon. Why can't I scroll my screen? Well, it just shit itself. Hold on. go back to that part of the page, if it lets me. But yeah, I gotta finish watching Twisted Metal until like before the 6th, so hopefully I get to that part. I'll try my best, but it gets pretty hard. Alright, let's see, where did I leave off at? But yeah, Rhyperior is Brendan's Pokemon, and Magmortar's Lucas' Pokemon. But yeah, Palkia has a movie flashback, but Dialga is in the movie. Well, I mean, something like that. But yeah, multiple Mamoswine, Frostlass, for the cameos is Cresselia, Leafeon, Eevee, Espeon, Umbreon, Glaceon, Flareon, Jolteon, Vaporeon. And that's the end of the cameos there. Well, I mean, except for the other ones. Snover, Abomasnow, Aggron, Lairon, and Aeron. There's multiple Swablu's in a cameo, multiple Alterios in a cameo, multiple Stanlers in a cameo, Ursaring's in a cameo, Togekiss is in a cameo, multiple Talos, Swalo, Wingull, Pelipper, Pidgeot, Pidgeotto, Farfetch, Fearow, multiple of them in the cameo. Lugia's in a cameo, and there's multiple of Magikarp, Remoraid, Mantine, Chinchou, Lovedisc, Goldeen, Quillfish, and Wilmers that are multiple of and also in a cameo. Wailord, Kyogre, Drapion, Hippopotas, all in a cameo. Multiple Hippowdons in a cameo. There's Absol, Geodude, Graveler, Golem, Sandshrew, Sandslash, Steelix, Salamence, that are all on cameos. Multiple Seedots in cameo. Heracross, Pinsir, Jumpluff, all in cameo. Ladybug, there are multiple, along with Victory Bell, Butterfree, Shumish, Breloom, that are multiple and has cameo. Sunkern, Rhyhorn, Kangaskhan, Cubone, who are all in the cameo. Multiple of Dugtrio and Tauros, that are multiple of, along with Executor in a cameo. Rapidash, multiple Murkrow in a cameo. Honchkrows in a cameo, and then there's like the Pichu Bros, Smeargle, Wooper, Magby, Houndour, Smoochum, Snorlax, Azumarill, and Teddiursa. Pichu Posse cameo. The other Pokemon are Electro, Ghastly, Coughing, Luxio, Perugly, and Electivire, who are also in the cameo. Multiple Combis, Spheal, Celio, Walrein, Finneon, Luminion, that are multiple of in the cameo. There's also Sentret, Furret, Bidoof, and Bibarel, also multiple in the cameo. Alright, and the others are Infi, I guess. I don't know who the fuck that is, but sure. Let's see. Events. The events are Shaman distribution artwork, which shows Shaman. That is pretty good art. With all the other Pokemon in the movie just looking up towards Shaman, basically. Pre-order distributions. Fans who pre-ordered their tickets in Japan were allowed to obtain a Regigigas, Knowing Iron Head, Rock Slide, and Icy Ring. Moves that represent Regisoul, Regice, and Regirock, respectively. These were later made available at Toys R Us stores in America. This Regigigas will allow players to obtain Registeel, Regirock, and Regice in Platinum, which in turn allow them to obtain a level 1 Regigigas in Platinum as well, which is crazy. I remember this. This is probably the one Pokemon I wish I for sure had gotten, because there's an extra event in Platinum where I remember in Platinum version, if you put your Emerald version and it dongles and you could like put in certain Pokemon so it's available, I put like the 3 Regis in here so I could get the Regigigas, but it didn't work backwards. Like if I got the Regigigas, I won't be able to get the other Regis as well, because that didn't happen because I didn't get the these events from Toys R Us. So it's unfortunate. I could have got that done. Movie distribution. Fans could obtain Shaman in theaters in Japan and at Toys R Us at stores in America. These allow players to obtain the Gracidea flower to change Shaman into a Sky form, which was very strong in the competitive scene for the most part. So yeah. The reception, it took second place in the Japanese box office from its releases during July 19th through 20th, whereas 982,000 people were spending, what is that, 1,018,770,000 or $9,463,400, and was beaten by Ponyo on the Cliff by the Sea, which 1,251,107 people spent 1,575,820 yen, about $14,638 to see. That's crazy. It is tracking at 89.8% of the box office performance of the last year's Pokemon film. The Rise of Darkrai, which eventually earned a franchise record of $5.2 billion. In the US is $47 million. Manga adaptation, there is a Giratina on the Sky Warrior manga. Let's see. Sorry if you heard my mic with that, I was scratching the side of my face. Brock's family with the basket of Gracidia flowers, so I forgot that there's 11 of them. This movie was released between DP086 and DP087 in Japan. This is the first movie to have an opening credits take place during the title sequence. To be a sequel of a previous movie, although Mewtwo Returns is a sequel to Mewtwo Strikes Back, it is an animated series special rather than a movie. I still count it as a movie, damn it. In which Brock's family and Don's mothers appear. This movie marks the first time an anime series related release is presented in HD TV format in addition to standard definition in its initial airing. This movie marks the second time when a legendary Pokemon from a previous movie reappears. The only other time was in Lucario and the Mystery Mew, where Mew made a second appearance after Mewtwo Strikes Back. It was, however, a different Mew, whereas the Dialga in this movie is the same one that battled Palkia in Alamos Town in the Rise of Darkrai. This is also the first movie whereas legendary Pokemon reappear immediately after the previous movie. Origin Form Giratina and Skyform Shaman debuted in this movie prior to their game debut in Pokemon Platinum. Palkia doesn't have a role in the movie despite it being on the first poster. It only makes a cameo in a flashback. This marks the second time that a Pokemon appears on the posters even though they don't actually appear in the movie itself. The first being on Jirachi Wishmaker, which has a poster that featured Trico and Mudkip, both of which did not play in a movie in the role in the movie. The poster for the non-Japanese releases of Mewtwo Strikes Back also showed several unused Pokemon in stock poses. The mother and girl that were reading the Legend of Rhoda in the beginning of Lucario and the Mystery Mew and were seen by Incan Candy and running away from Darkrai and the Rise of Darkrai are seen again making a cameo in this movie. Lucas and Brendan cameo in the opening of the movie, battling with Magmortar and Rhyperior respectively. The movie shows Eevee and the whoa. The moment I said Eevee, he pops up. What the fuck? Hold on. Let's go ahead and raise you up. 1324. The movie shows Eevee and the 7 evolutions at the time: Jolteon, Flareon, Vaporeon, Espeon, Umbreon, Glaceon, and Leafeon during an opening sequence. In the finished dub, when Team Rocket are in the reverse world, Jesse says that the place is just like a funhouse, Vekula, and Linnamanaki, an amusement park in Helsinki. I don't know if I said any of that right, but Finland, basically. Well, marketed as Pocket Monsters Diamond and Pearl movie, the series logo had the katana for Platinum added to the bottom. The Japanese release of this movie was also made the Guinness World Records for greatest advanced sales for an animated film after pre-sale tickets counts totaled 2,384,198 in Japan. The staff went to 3 locations in Norway to form the basis of the movie setting. Sognefjorden, the second largest fjord in the world, Josendalsbreen, the largest glacier in Europe, and Bergen, the second largest city in Norway. The scene with the glacier threatening to destroy the town was based on the little town of Geiranger, where it's threatened by collapsing mountainside. It's threatened by a collapsing mountainside, yeah. Despite it having existed in the game since Generation 1, this is the first time any Pokemon have used substituted in anime series related media. Some of the sounds used for Giratina are recycled roars from Japanese movie monster Mothra. Oh, is it really? Newton Graceland describes the reverse world as a distorted world, referring to now as what it's based on, the distortion world from Pokemon Platinum. The Japanese title card refers to the movie as Pocket Monsters Diamond and Pearl, the movie Giratina and the Sky's Bouquet Shaman. Errors. When Pikachu is battling against Electivire gets affected by Pikachu's Thunderbolt despite having the motor drive ability, as hidden abilities weren't yet introduced. When Ash and Dawn are pulled into the reverse world for the first time, Piplup's arms are the same color as its head and its cape. When Piplup attempts to use Bubble Beam on Giratina, Shaman's flowers are a dark purple, the color they become when Shaman absorbs pollution. Oh, it's 5 o'clock. As we get another Eevee. When Shaman is about to approach Meowth, a few frames shows its front paw has 3 toes instead of 2. As we get another one. 1325. During a scene in the reverse world when Shaman is in his sky form, it uses landform voice. What? Oh, I think I know what it's saying, like not sky form. When the last Magneton leaves the train to escape out of the window, it uses the voice of a Magnemite. When Giratina uses Will-O-Wisp, in one scene Pikachu jumps off the edge of a cliff to dodge, though he is back on the ledge in the next scene. In the Polish dub, when Giratina was healed by Shaman, Brock's line is absent. The English promotional image prior to the US DVD release has Giratina's face missing a line from its eyes to its nose. Dub edits is the section here. 1 is replaced by This Is a Beautiful World as the ending theme. In the English dub, after the flashback of the blueprints being erased, Newton says Zero never forget them, implying Zero has photographic memory. In the original Japanese version, he merely says Zero never gave up on trying to recreate the blueprints. A couple of death references are toned down in the English dub. In the Japanese version, Newton outright states that Giratina would die if the Mega Rig worked as intended. In the English dub, he simply says that Giratina would be no more. When Shaman used aromatherapy, it originally tells Giratina to live instead of telling it to stay with me. The Finnish dub adds a death reference by having Newton says that Giratina would perish instead of to be sacrificed. As we got 1326. I don't know why I said 12. Let's see. Any others? That looks like it's pretty much it. Crazy enough. Okay. Let's go check the Giratina and the Sky Warrior manga then. There's usually not enough information when it comes to this, but we'll see. Giratina and the Sky Warrior, Giratina and the Sky Bouquet Shaman is the manga adaptation of the movie of the same name. It was adapted by Makoto Hijioka. Probably is that, yeah. So the chapters goes through 4 chapters. The Ruler of the Reverse World appears as chapter 1. Chapter 2 is Target Shaman. Chapter 3 is Zero's True Ambitions revealed. Chapter 4 is The Battle to Save the World. And then differences between the movie and the manga. It just says it's incomplete, as it probably is. But it says Zero's design is slightly different, as his right eye is often visible. The flashback of Ngl and Zero's past is identified as being 6 years prior to the events of the story. This is not mentioned in the movie, but concept art confirms this time frame. That 6 years that they decided to do this. The design of the Mega Rig is slightly different. The interior where Zero pilots the craft does not have his control chair right next to the video screen and keyboards, instead having a noticeable gap between them. Ash helps Newton destroys the Mega Rig from the inside by attacking from its computers. Zero's final weapon is identified by name as Mecha Giratina. It is not named in the film. Zero's fate is left unrevealed. He is last seen blacking out inside the cockpit that the crashed Mecha Giratina, but is never shown getting out. And yeah, that is pretty much all what is shown on there. Alright, so basically, when it comes to all that, I think it's time because I was considering, like, you know, trying to wake myself up a bit more, but I'm not as tired right now. Should we save Dawn for the next movie and cover Paul? I think we should cover Paul because Giratina is a little bit more edgier, and might as well cover that, right? So yeah, I think I want to cover Paul. So Paul, Pokemon, just for the Giratina edginess of it. Let's do it, Bulbapedia. So, Paul, Japanese name Shinji, is a major reoccurring character in Pokemon the series. He is a Pokemon trainer from Veilstone City who was first seen at the end of the 2 Degrees of Separation, though its full introduction was when Pokemon Worlds collide. He is Ash's main rival in the Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl, which is crazy that they outright just said that. That's amazing. History of that: in the pre-series, Paul started his journey with his Turtwig throughout Sinnoh, having been inspired by his older brother Reggie's own travels. In a pyramiding rage, it was revealed that while Paul was still a beginning trainer, he watched Reggie lose to the Pyramid King Brandon, thus causing him a victory over the Kanto battle frontier. Afterwards, Paul became determined to become more powerful like his brother. Paul traveled through Hoenn, Johto, and Kanto, participating in their respective league conferences, but failing to win any of them, before returning to Sinnoh. Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl. Paul debuted briefly in 2 Degrees of Separation, although he was formally introduced in when Pokemon Worlds Collide, where he captured 3 Starlies but released 2 of them after finding out that they didn't know Aerial Ace. But the other one did, or what? 1327? I mean, I guess that's one way to do it. He challenged Ash to a 3-on-3 battle. After the battle resulted in a tie, Paul released the 3rd Starly he caught, writing it off as weak, and walked off. In different strokes for different blokes, he defeated Ash in a single battle after meeting him along the way when exploring Bewildered Forest. He caught his Ursaring in the forest. During the episode, he insulted Ash and especially his Turtwig by calling it pathetic, sparking the rivalry. At this point, Ash realized Paul's strategy for disregarding Pokemon, then releasing them if they did not meet his expectations. He also commented that he would not lose to Paul again. In Shapes of Things to Come, Paul then battled the Warburg gym leader Rourke. This is the first time that the Imposter Ditto's here. Am I gonna be able to run? Okay. Okay, let's read that over. In Shapes of Things to Come, Paul then battled the Warburg gym leader Rourke and managed to win the Cold Badge. Although he stayed to watch Ash's first battle against Rourke in the next episode, he walked off. His style is indiscriminately releasing weak Pokemon was shown again as he gave the Azumarill he uses against Rourke to a kid in the Pokemon Center. After it easily lost to Rourke's Geodude despite the 4 times advantage. Wait, what? His style is indiscriminately releasing weak Pokemon was shown again as he gave the Azumarill he used against Rourke to a kid in the Pokemon Center after it easily lost to Rourke's Geodude despite the 4 times advantage. So his Azumarill that he had, he picked her because like the type advantage and stuff, but it still lost the Geodude. Honestly, I'd be pissed off too if Azumarill lost to a Geodude. It's like it's just a Geodude. There's no ifs, ands, or buts that for surely Azumarill could kill a Geodude, even with sturdy. And like the only excuse of it explodes, but then both Pokemon would be dead. You know what I mean? In top-down training, Paul challenged the Sinnoh League champion Cynthia to a full battle. After his first 4 Pokemon were easily defeated by Cynthia's Garchomp, he surrendered. In Tag Were It, he was a participant in the Hearthome City's tag battle competition where he was partnered with Ash. Despite winning the quarterfinal match, he was disappointed with his Chimchar and released him, which Ash quickly caught. Eventually, Paul and Ash managed to win the tournament. Paul then revealed how he captured Chimchar. One day, he ran across him and saw him activating his Blaze ability to ward off a horde of Zangoose that were violently attacking him. Paul was impressed and decided to catch Chimchar, but he never managed to recreate the powerful Blaze while under his ownership. After winning the tournament, he wrote off the tournament as nothing more than an opportunity to boost his battling skills, giving a Soothe prize to Ash. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I thought I pressed B. Fuck. Well, Paul and Ash. In writing The Winds of Change, Paul caught his Gliscor. In Pika and Goliath, he watched Ash's Pikachu, and man, I hate the fact that I had to use that. Alright. 1328. No problem. Okay, well that's going to the Pokemon Center. I could have done one more. I don't know why the game is lagging right now, but it is. We got like about 30 minutes or so before we end the stream. I'm really still hoping for the luck to turn around to like, you know, be lucky again, because it really peaked pretty early on. Well, I mean, I say that, but like 3 o'clock would be considered like halfway. So let's hope that we get the ending finished too. Let's go retweet right quick. Huh? Okay. Let's see. I just got a text message, that's why I was like, huh? Let's see here. Let's go to profile. And let's retweet for the promotional Fire Punch lunch, everybody's favorite, or the Fire Punch out, whatever you want to call it. Let's repost. I might as well check what's going on Reddit just to see if I got a reply or something. So like, why are you posting Xenoverse content off here, dude? I did get 2 notifications. Achievement unlocked. You unlocked the repeat contributor achievement in the subscribe to me community. Oh god. 56 views though. Alright, well, I got a award for that. That's nice, I guess. Alright, but that's about it. I already did the whole thing. Anyway, let me reread this part. In Pika and Goliath, he watched Ash's Pikachu battle Shu's Raichu. After watching Pikachu lose to Raichu, which is not the first time he lost to Raichu, he approached Ash and said Pikachu needed to evolve to even come close to being an equal to Raichu. Later on, he witnessed Pikachu defeat Raichu in Ash's rematch against Sho. Prior to Lost Leader strategy, as we got another one right there, 1329. Paul returned to his hometown Veilstone City, where he challenged the new gym leader Maylene to a gym battle. His Pokemon had a type advantage over Maylene's fighting type team. Wait, hold on. Paul returned to his hometown Veilstone City, where he challenged the new gym leader Maylene to a gym battle. His Pokemon had a type advantage over Maylene's fighting type team. This, coupled with the fact that Maylene was feeling out of sync with her Pokemon, resulted in an embarrassing match in which she failed to knock out a single one of his Pokemon. As Maylene awarded him with the Cobble Badge, Paul noted that she was the weakest gym leader he had ever battled, which greatly upset her. I don't think that's true. I think all the Sinnoh gym leaders are pretty good, actually, because, like, Rorik, like, that's a high attack Cranidos, and Gardenia is probably one of the better grass-type Pokemon to use. She has a Roserade super early on. Fantina could be a threat. Crasher Wake's pretty good with his water Pokemon, like Maylene, or was it Maylene? Like, she got Lucario and everything. Okay, this is like 104. Okay, well that's fine. Let me put quad. And even with Byron, like he has pretty good defenses and good Pokemon to take a hit and all that. Damn it, it's not ready. Shit. Okay, well I'll take a look at it eventually. Defense up, special defense down. Lacks nature with sturdy body. Okay. Alright, no problem. How the hell is it not ready? What do you mean? Okay, well I'll check back soon. Yeah, it is Maylene. Okay, I thought for a second I just made that name up on the spot. But Candace is also pretty good, and Volkner's especially good. Like, I really like a lot of his Pokemon. I didn't mean to go back, by the way. But yeah. Yeah, when I said yesterday, like, oh, that I run from that Pokemon, it turned out that I did. I thought that I healed. Well, I saw the Eevee before. I healed, and then I thought I saw a different Eevee, but no, it turned out that I was right. That it was the case with that 1330. This is so difficult to find. Level 49, though. Okay, so prior to Lost Leader strategy, Paul returned to his hometown Vielstone City, where he challenged a new gym leader of Maylene to a gym battle. His Pokemon had a type advantage over Maylene's fighting type team. I just realized I'm reading this over again, but I'm going to continue anyway. This, coupled with the fact that Maylene was feeling out of sync with the Pokemon, resulted in an embarrassing match in which he failed to knock out a single one of his Pokemon. As Maylene awarded him the Cobble Badge, Paul noted that she was the weakest gym leader he has ever battled, which greatly upset her. In Chimchar, Paul battled Ash after arguing him over Ash's true skills as a trainer. After using his Gliscor to defeat Gligar with relative ease, he then pitted his Ursaring against Chimchar. Chimchar struggled for much of the battle, but needed up making comeback and defeating Ursaring after finally activating Blaze. The battle ended prematurely when Chimchar's Blaze couldn't be controlled since it was activated out of resentment and determination to defeat Paul. Paul was impressed at his version of Blaze appearing much more powerful than the one initially drove him to catch Chimchar in the first place. In aiding the enemy, Paul uses his Honchkrow in a single battle against Ash and his newly evolved Grottle, defeating Ash with ease, partly due to Grottle being unable to adapt to his loss of speed. As we gain another one, 1331. Wait, I didn't really... Yeah, defeating Ash with ease, partly due to... I got a notification. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Defeating Ash with ease, partly due to Grottle being unable to adapt to loss of his speed. This was seen by his Torterra, who later helped Ash Grottle handle the changes in its evolution. In pursuing a lofty goal, he participated in the Squallville Pokeringer with his Honchkrow and made it to the finals but lost to Ash Staraptor, which was newly evolved. In a peer-meeting rage, Paul challenged Brandon to a full battle, hoping that he would be able to do what his brother failed to do. However, he lost to Brandon without defeating any of his Pokemon. Brandon informed him that this loss was because he could not control his emotions. No, it's because he has fucking legendaries, dude. He has all 3 Reggies. It's bullshit. He thinks he's good, and that's like, oh, I got Mewtwo, and you can't beat my Mewtwo, and like Ultra Necrozma and shit like that. Like, how's that fair, dude? But yeah. Let's see, what else? Scolding Chimchar. There's a picture of Paul looking at Chimchar, like looking down on him and shit. And it's like a top-down view, or maybe the other way around. It's like the perspective of Chimchar's back looking up. Following Reggie's suggestion and pyramiding rage, Paul battled Ash in a full battle and pedal to the metal and evolving strategies. It was revealed that Paul has evolved his Magmar into Magmortar since his battle with Brandon. Despite Ash Chimchar evolving into Monferno and 3 of Ash's Pokemon using the counter shield strategy, Paul won the match easily with only 2 of his Pokemon fainting, 1 of each Ursaring, having defeated half of Ash's team nearly single-handedly. Holy fuck. In double-time battle training, it was revealed that Paul had earned the Mind Badge from Canalave's gym, and by doing so, had collected the 8 badges required to enter the Sinnoh League. I'm not really sure what the fuck order Paul's been doing it in, cause like, he went from like, what did he say? Like, I don't even know. It was like from Rorik to Maylene to Byron, but like in a different order. I don't know. At least what's been shown on screen. I don't think he started with Rorik first, cause that shit don't make sense. Cause like Azumarill, you evolve her until like level 18, I think, is it not? I mean, it doesn't matter. The Azumarill still got his ass kicked. Let's see. In double-time battle training, it was revealed that Paul has earned the Mind Badge from Canalave Gym, and by doing so, collected all the 8 gym badges required to enter the Sinnoh League. I already read that. In fighting Ire with fire, Paul encountered Ash for the first time since their full battle. He also met his admirer Barry for the first time. However, Paul wasn't impressed by him and refused his offer for a battle, suggesting he battle Ash instead, since he was denying all challenges to go into a serious training. He later watched the battle between Ash, Monferno, and Empoleon, and then Pikachu's Piplup. And when Pikachu, Piplup, and Empoleon were nearly crushed by one of Team Rocket's damaged mechas, he saved the 3 with the help of his Electabuzz. He then witnessed Monferno evolving into Infernape, who then saved Electabuzz and the other Pokemon from getting crushed. Paul was impressed by Infernape and gained a little respect for Ash at how well he had raised them. When asked by Ash, I swear, I fucking hate that sentence so much. I hate when it's like, Ash asked about his ass. It's like, stop. Fucking so stupid and annoying. When asked by Ash if they could have another full battle, Paul confirmed they would in the Sinnoh League. And the Reggie was looking forward to seeing it. And that Reggie was looking forward to seeing it. I thought they were talking about like a Reggie Rock or some shit. I was confused. Reggie Steel. Or Reggie Ice, who knows? Or Reggie Lecky, or Reggie Drago, or Reggie Gigas, who fucking knows? Paul and Infernape, there's like a picture of them split screen looking at each other. Paul entered the Lily of the Valley conference in an old family blend where he was shown in the stadium along with all of the other competitors. He passed the preliminary round in League Unleashed and defeated Barry in the 3rd round in casting a Paul on Barry. With the superior tactics and the superior power of his Pokemon, his next battle was against his rival Ash, and familiarity breeds strategy. Continuing to a real rival Rouser and a battling a thaw in relations. After a fierce battle, Paul was finally defeated, and he and Ash parted in good terms. Ash had earned Paul's full respect. It also seemed Paul had decided to change himself somewhat, as when Electivire was defeated, he thanked it for a good job well done, and up to this point, this was something Paul practically never did, even in his Pokemon 1. Afterwards, Paul stated that his next intention was to return to Snowpoint City and re-challenge Brandon. He briefly appeared in the semi-final Frontier, where he watched Ash as he lost to Tobias, which is still fucking bullshit and pisses me off. Why the hell is Tobias has a Darkrai? I don't understand. Privately commenting on Dawn and Brock on the battle between Ash and Paul, Cynthia predicted that they would both be entering the Champion League soon. From Cynthia's point? Okay, well, I mean, we know now that's not exactly true, is it? Paul made a cameo appearance during the ending credits of Zoroark Master of Illusions, in which he was seen visiting ancient ruins with statues of Dialga and Palkia. Pokemon Journeys the series. Paul made a cameo appearance in flashback in Advice to Go. In Friends Rivals Lend Me Your Spear, Paul appeared at Professor Oak's laboratory in order to learn more about Pokemon for Professor Oak. During the visit, he reunited with Ash, knowing that Ash was in the Masters 8 of the World Coronation Series. Paul uses Gyarados, Garchomp, and Metagross, reflecting the Pokemon owned by Lance, Cynthia, and Steven, respectively, to battle against Ash's Lucario, Dragonite, and Gengar, and ultimately lost. As Paul left, Professor Oak revealed that Paul had received an offer to become a gym leader. Ooh, interesting. I didn't know that. A gym leader of what and where? Because this is at Professor Oak's lab, right? So this is Kanto. In the Fiery Road to Mastership, Paul appeared with Reggie, watching Cynthia's Masters 8 tournament match against Iris. In the next episode, they watched Ash's match against Steven. Paul expressed a greater interest during Ash's battle against Steven's Metagross, seemingly pleased that his training with Ash has been effective. This is his character. Paul and Reggie, this brother, like talking in front of a car. And Reggie's a breeder, and he has like an apron, like a light green or something apron. Paul underwent quite a bit of character development throughout the Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl. Early in the series, Paul was very reserved and apathetic. As such, he displayed very little emotion when interacting with others. Other than occasional rough smirk when dealing with Ash, he was also very callous, seeing Pokemon as tools for combat rather than living beings to make friends with, and his only concern in them being their strength in battle. He strongly disliked weak Pokemon and had a tendency of releasing them if they continuously underperformed in battles or otherwise failed to meet his expectations. To this effect, Paul always checked new captures with his Pokédex to learn what moves they knew and release them if they deemed them not strong or potent enough, showing a preference for attaining immediately strong Pokemon instead of training weaker ones to become strong. In addition to making his choices entirely on a first impression, as for the ones he decided to keep, he was shown to be cold, stern, and demanding, willing to engage in ruthless strategies in battle if he felt they would ensure victory or make his Pokemon stronger, even if it risked injuring them in the process. He felt that bonding with Pokemon would only turn them into slackers, which was proven in one occasion when he gave his prize Soothe Bell, an item that raises Pokemon happiness away to Ash. Paul's harsh training regimen with Chimchar is the picture here, where you see Paul, Ursaring, and Elekid, and Chimchar just knocked down, all kind of, with the injured brushes that they usually do. He also had a habit of scolding his Pokemon for losing to opponents he felt that they could have beaten, some examples being his Azumarill, Chimchar, and Honchkrow. Once again showing his distaste when expectations were met. These beliefs and behaviors were best exemplified in his harsh treatment of Chimchar, which in of it itself was noted to be much worse compared to that of his other Pokemon. He was shown to have fed him straight from tin cans and rushed them so they could get back to his training. Wait, hold on. He was shown to have fed him straight from tin cans and rushed them. What the fuck? What? Why is this sentence so awkward? He was shown to have fed him straight from tin cans and rushed them so they could get back to training, as well as forcing him not to dodge attacks. I don't know why that was so awkward to read. Straight from tin cans, so like the foods, I guess. As well as forcing him not to dodge attacks, even super effective ones, for the sake of being able to activate his Blaze ability at will under pressure. He was also shown to have had his other Pokemon relentlessly attack him for the same purpose. This particularly brutal treatment had formed out of Paul's impatient desire to recreate the powerful first impression which led to Chimchar's capture. A result which Paul's training methods ultimately failed to produce. Notably, besides Chimchar, none of Paul's Pokemon expressed any truly overt dislike or dissatisfaction with Paul as a Pokemon trainer despite his tough methods. Alright, let's go and raise the number up yet again. 1332. Damn, it's almost 30 minutes past. Where was I? Another Eevee, that's 2 in a row. Okay, well that's another one. 1333. I don't know where I left off. A result which Paul's training methods ultimately failed to produce. Notably, besides Chimchar, none of Paul's Pokemon expressed any true overt dislike or dissatisfaction with Paul as a Pokemon trainer despite his tough methods. Okay, I think that's where I left off. And none are known to have ran away of their own volition. With this Electivire and Ursaring in particular becoming more powerful battlers under his training. I don't know why I read that like a run-on sentence. In particular, becoming more powerful battles under his training. As we got another Eevee, we're getting a lot of them. Holy shit, dude! 1334. We're getting pretty close to 70, I think, right? Because we started at like 1267, something like that. Let's see here. However, Paul has a major turning point after his crushing loss to Brandon in Pyramiding Rage and underwent a serious attitude adjustment. He maintained his reserved and stoical. I never seen that word. It's stoic, but it's like stoical personality. I've never seen that in like a paragraph before. Stoical personality, but he sees his cruel tendencies and began treating his Pokemon less like tools and more like highly professional partners. While he still doesn't show them open affection like Ash does, he seems to have dropped his habit of scolding them. In fact, he started to do the exact opposite and command them not only when they won, but even when they lost, which was something he practically never did prior. For example, in battling in Thaw in Relations, he praised his Electivire after it defeated Ash's die score, and thanked it for his efforts after it lost to Ash's Infernape. It is unknown if he continues to practice his selective catching methods after this point, as he has never been seen catching or releasing Pokemon again. He had also seemingly become less apathetic and more caring of others, which was best exemplified in fighting Ire with fire. When he helped save Ash, Pikachu, Dawn's Piplup, and Barry's Empoleon from Team Rocket's destroyed Mecha at no benefit to himself or his Pokemon. I did it again, I read it like a run-on sentence. To benefit or his Pokemon. Paul originally felt that Ash was weak trainer when they first met, as shown when Ash captured Starly, and he questioned him about how strong this Starly was. Ash's very different attitude towards Pokemon provided much fuel to the rivalry. Despite this, Paul barely recognizes Ash as a serious trainer or a rival. Paul regularly disregarded Ash's speeches about friendship and love, taunting and belittling him and almost every time they encountered each other, and Ash's Pikachu usage of Volt Tackle seemingly being the only initial point of Paul's interest. Paul also occasionally perceived Ash's actions to be hypocritical, accusing him at a few points of using methods similar to his own, specifically ones that Ash has criticized him for. These include Ash's decision to enter the Wallace Cup, which Paul insisted was no different than himself entering the Hearthome City's tag battle competition, just to strengthen his Pokemon, and noting that they both have their own Pokemon attack each other for training. Wait, what? And noting that they both have their own Pokemon attack each other for their own training. Their radically different beliefs often led to intense arguments, with Ash friends once noting that their attitudes made it impossible for the two to ignore each other. However, Paul's first hint of respect for Ash himself was shown in Pyramiding Rage, when he was very surprised to hear that he had won his own brave symbol from Brandon. Something both his brother and later Paul himself failed at. Notably, after his discovery and subsequent defeat at the hands of Brandon, Paul would become more subdued and much less caustic in his interaction with Ash. Though they remained at clear odds for the time being, he started regarding Ash more seriously and would no longer mock his abilities as a trainer. His change in attitude was shown after his victories against Ash and Barry, where despite their losses, he would not dismiss their efforts like before and would even be complimentary after a hard-fought battle. And we got ourselves 1335. After a long tough battle at Sinnoh's Pokemon League Conference, Paul ended up losing to Ash, and in doing so gained respect for him and ended their bitter rivalry on civil terms. Paul and Brandon in the picture, side by side, kind of. Paul has been shown to have a certain degree of athleticism, as seen in different strokes for different blokes. When he and Chimchar were able to downwardly scale a cliff on a waterfall near Bewildered Forest by swinging and leaping from rocks and branches, his catchphrase when calling out Pokemon is, Pokemon's name, standby for battle. Or, Pokemon's name, battle standby. That's what it would say in Japanese. As revealed in Lost Leader Strategy, Paul occasionally gives some of his Pokemon to his other brother Reggie for temporary training and caretaking. He disagreed with his brother's decision to give up on being a Pokemon trainer after failing to get the Brave symbol from Brandon, and often harbored contempt towards him for still holding on his old views and beliefs about Pokemon instead of changing them after the defeat. In addition to not understanding why Reggie gave up, nevertheless it seems that their brotherly relationship has been reanimated after Paul's own loss to Brandon. As their interactions afterwards are more cordial, as shown in Familiarity Breeds Strategy, during their video conversation, Paul seemed disappointed that Reggie would not be able to come to the match because of his work, but was glad to hear that his older brother was supporting him in the battle with Ash. Dude, how much more? Holy fuck, there's so much. Where was I? Fuck. Damn it, I lost where I was. I completely lost myself. Okay, I think I found it. Paul appears to feel complete indifference to Dawn, shown most intendingly in a gruff act to follow, where he is revealed to have not remembered her name. However, he talks to her more openly about Ash much later in Familiarity Breeds Strategy, confessing that his main problem with Ash is how his talk about bringing out his Pokemon inner strength through his bond with them, and that any Pokemon had the potential to be strong reminds him of a lot of his brother. Paul shows a mix in mild respect and his distaste towards Brock and their few interaction, while usually keeping his distance due to his association with Ash. Paul willingly opened up about Chimchar's history when questioned by Brock in Glory Blaze. Now later explained his frustration with Reggie's Brock in aiding the enemy. Paul does show respect for their elders, for his elders such as Professor Owen, Cynthia, Nurse Joy, Brandon, and Professor Oak. Cynthia's not even old, what the fuck? Even in situations where he doesn't agree with them or heed their advice. He also shows respect to gym leaders, but not ones who he feels are weak. For example, he was shown respect to Rourke, whom he judged to have been a worthwhile opponent, but he was openly rude and mean to Maylene after defeating her with ease. During Pokemon the Journey, the series, Paul was shown to have developed a lighter side, allowing Electivire to go play with Pikachu and Grookey. He still appeared to be fundamentally serious and strict, and yet he was also much more mindful towards the condition of battling Pokemon, to the point of scolding Ash for seemingly ignoring his Pokemon well-being during a new battle technique. He also continued complimenting his Pokemon on their performance regardless of the result, and was shown to talk to others with a usual coolness in addition to openly smile at them more, seen when Paul bid Infernape farewell, much as Paul's changes in the series were attributed to the fact that he was asked to become a gym leader, which encouraged him to learn more about Pokemon and their nature. Alright, and now their Pokemon. The rivalry between Ash and Paul's Pokemon. As you see all of Paul's Pokemon, I see Honchkrow, Gliscor, Torterra, Magmar, Electabuzz, Ursaring, and Weavile. That's like 7 Pokemon. And then versus Ash's Pokemon, Saravia, Gligar, Buizel, Turtwig, Pikachu, and Chimchar. As a result of Paul's selective team creation, his active team is composed of Pokemon that he deems to be powerful. As shown many times throughout the series, Paul regularly rotates the Pokemon in his possession, basing his choices on his knowledge of the opponent he prepares to battle. This can be most prominently seen in full battle with Ash of Lake Acuity, where he prepares many specific moves and strategies for Ash's Sinnoh party based on all of their previous encounters. Paul is highly skilled battler, able to observe the battling styles of others and incorporate them into his own. This was shown in his Lily of the Valley Conference battle with Ash, where he adopted several of Ash's unorthodox strategies and quickly used them to his advantage. It was shown again in Friends, Rivals, Lend Me Your Spirit, where Paul was able to imitate the battle styles of Lance, Cynthia, and Steven in order to prepare for Ash for their Masters 8 tournament. Whilst the capture of Ursaring and Gliscor were shown in the different strokes for different bloods and riding with the winds of change respectively, and Ninjask was revealed in the flashback during the Glory Blaze, his team has the most part been caught off screen. Several other Pokemon in his possession were caught on screen but later released, as they were deemed not strong enough to remain on his active roster. The Pokemon Paul does not carry with them on the hands are left with Reggie at his home in Veilstone City. This lists from Paul's Pokemon up to Pokemon Journeys the series. On hand, he got Elekid, Electabuzz, and Electivire. Electivire was the first of Paul's revealed Pokemon. Paul used it as an Elekid during his first appearance in When Pokemon Worlds Collide and battle against Ash and his Pikachu in Smells Like Team Spirit. Elekid evolves into Electabuzz during an attack battle in which it was fighting alongside Ash's Chimchar. It reappeared as an Electivire and casting in Paul on Barry. Having evolved off-screen at a prior point, it was used by Paul to battle Barry and Ash in his league matches. It was the last Pokemon used against Ash in their full battle at the Lily of the Valley Conference. As we got another one, 1336. Lily of the Valley Conference is what, yeah, okay, that's where I left off. So Gyarados, Paul used Gyarados at his first Pokemon against Ash when battling in Professor Oak's laboratory. It went up against Lucario, only to be defeated. Gyarados' known moves are Ice Fang and Hyper Beam. There's Garchomp. Paul used Garchomp as his second Pokemon against Ash when battling at Professor Oak's laboratory. He went up against Dragonite and won. Garchomp known moves are Dragon Claw, Stone Edge, and Draco Meteor. He also got Metagross. Paul used Metagross as his third Pokemon against Ash when battling at Professor Oak's laboratory. It went up against Gengar only to be defeated. It reappeared in Flashback and battling as hard as Stone. Metagross' known moves are Agility, Psychic, and Meteor Mash. With Reggie is Ursaring. Paul caught Ursaring with the help of his Chimchar. Ursaring has seen several times since, often battle against his Chimchar. Let's see here. We got Weavile. Paul caught Weavile. Wait, it just skipped up. Paul caught Weavile while he journeyed through Hoenn, Johto, or Kanto. Weavile made his first appearance in battle against Cynthia's Garchomp, where he lost despite the double type advantage of Ice. Paul sent Weavile out in riding in the Winds of Change, where he worked with Electabuzz to capture Gliscor. Weavile briefly appeared in aiding in the enemy as Torterra's sparring partner. Weavile appeared again in Pedal to the Metal, where it went up against Ash's Staraptor and Ash and Paul's full battle and lost despite the type advantage. In battling in Thaw and Relations, it was with Reggie along with Paul's Torterra, Ursaring, and Honchkrow. Disappointed to find out its trainer had lost. Weavile known moves are Blizzard, Ice Beam, Ice Shard, Sword Dance, and Metal Claw. Then we got Murkrow into Honchkrow. Honchkrow's first official appearance was as a Murkrow in top-down training, in which Paul used it in battle against Cynthia's Garchomp. It evolved off-screen between riding the Winds of Change and Lost Leader strategy. Let's see, there's now Turtwig, Grotto, and Torterra. Torterra is one of Paul's strongest Pokemon and his first partner Pokemon, as well as made his first appearance in top-down training, in which it was used in battle against Cynthia's Garchomp. Ninjask. Paul's Ninjask was caught shortly before Paul met Chimchar, as shown in a flashback in Glory Blaze. It did not appear again until it was used in Paul's fourth Pokemon against Ash in the Lily of the Valley Conference, where it went up against Gliscor. Taking advantage of his superior speed, it managed to cause substantial damage while not taking single hit in return. Gliscor was then recalled in favor of Infernape, who eliminated Ninjask with a blast away from an underground Flare Blitz and a successful Mach Punch. This Ninjask known moves are Agility, Fury Cutter, Giga Drain, and its ability to Speed Boost. Gliscor. Paul caught a Gliscor in riding the Winds of Change after hearing of its reputation as a powerful Pokemon, causing a lot of trouble along with this pack of Gliker. While easily standing up against Electabuzz and Weavile, it was finally caught by Paul while Ash was trying to talk with it. Gliscor appeared again in Chimchar, in which it was used to battle Ash's Gligar and won the battle rather easily. Gliscor made a briefly appearance in aiding the enemy along with Paul's other Pokemon outside of the Pokemon Center, with the Team Rocket trio took care of Paul's Torterra. Gliscor was not seen again after this. Gliscor's known moves are X-Scissor, Sandstorm, Knockoff, and Guillotine. There's Magmar and Magmortar. Paul chose Magmortar to replace his Chimchar after he released it. It first debuted as a Magmar and lost later strategy, in which it appears in a flashback. Magmar made his first real appearance in aiding the enemy, sleeping with Paul's other Pokemon. Magmar's evolution was revealed in Pedal to the Metal when Paul chose Magmar to battle Ash's Pikachu. We got Hariyama. Hariyama fought against Brandon's Regirock, with Paul bringing out the utilize its type advantage. However, it was eventually taken up by a Focus Punch. Hariyama known moves are Arm Thrust and Force Punch, or Force Palm, I should say. Nidoking. Nidoking was used to fight against Brandon's Registeel. Despite landing super effective hits on Registeel, Nidoking was unable to take it down and was knocked out by a powerful Iron Head. Nidoking's non-moves are Earth Power, Double Kick, and Thunderbolt. It's already 5:45, what the fuck. Lairon and Aggron. Aggron first appeared as a Lairon in a peer-meeting Rage, in which it fought against Brandon's Regice. However, it was defeated before it could attack even once. In Familiarity Breed strategy, Lairon was shown to have evolved into Aggron. It was first Pokemon he used in the Lily of the Valley Conference battle with Ash going up against Pikachu first. Ash eventually withdrew Pikachu in favor of Infernape, who managed to burn Aggron with Flare Blitz and subsequently defeated it with Mach Punch. Later, though, it was revealed that Aggron's defeat has been part of Paul's strategy all along. Aggron's known moves are Iron Defense, Metal Claw, Metal Sound, Flash Cannon, and Double Edge, and its ability is Rock Head. In its Gastrodon East form, Gastrodon was the second Pokemon used against Ash in the Lily of the Valley Conference, going up against Staraptor. Copying Ash Counter Shield using its squishy bite to its advantage. Gastrodon quickly had Staraptor on the ropes, promoting Ash to recall it and use Weasel instead. Weasel ultimately succeeded in defeating Gastrodon, although his defeat turned out to have been part of Paul's plan. Gastrodon known moves are Muddy Water, Body Slam, Water Pulse, and Ice Beam. Then we got Drapion. Drapion was the third Pokemon used in the Paul's Lily of the Valley Conference match against Ash, having used his first two Pokemon to make Ash reveal his strategy, as we got another one, 1337. Paul used Drapion to more than level out the numbers, defeating Weasel, Staraptor, and Torterra in rapid succession before recalled, not in a small part thanks to Toxic Spikes. It later returned to the battlefield to face Gliscor, who eventually defeated Drapion after a prolonged skirmish. Drapion known moves are Pin Missile, Cross Poison, Toxic Spikes, and Poison Fang. There's Frostlass. Frostlass was the fifth Pokemon I should say, used by Paul in the battle against Ash in the Lily of the Valley Conference, going up against Ash's Pikachu, who she used Hail to change the battle conditions in her favor. Pikachu was able to survive Frostlass assault, though, and struck back with Iron Tail before finishing Frostlass off with a full tackle. Frostlass known moves are Hail, Ice Shard, Ice Beam, and her ability is Snow Cloak. Released, it is implied that Paul has caught and released many more Pokemon than what has been shown on screen. There's two Starlies that released. Paul caught these two Starlies the same time he caught the final one. Paul released the two once he scanned them on Podex, deeming them 1 too weak for his team, and the fact that they only knew Tackle and Sand Attack. Both Starly known moves are Tackle and Sand Attack. And then the third Starly, which, let's see, 1338. Paul caught the final Starly at the same time he caught the other two. He decided to keep it once he scanned it on his Pokédex. Due to his knowledge of Aerial Ace, it was used against Ash's Starly in the first battle. Despite Paul's Starly winning, Paul decided it was not up to his standards, and so it was released after their battle. Starly no moves are Aerial Ace and Double Team. Stantler. Paul caught Stantler while Bewilder Forest, but released it as soon as he scanned it on his Pokédex due to the fact that the only move was Tackle. Stantler only no move is Tackle. So it's Chimchar. When Paul first saw Chimchar, he was being chased by a group of Zangoose. Paul was impressed with them, added him to his regular team. However, his first impression did not match up to Chimchar's normal abilities, and so Paul regularly criticized him for being weak. After losing to Cynthia's Garchomp in top-down training, Paul realized that Chimchar was not fulfilling his expectations. This culminated in the Hearthome City Tag Battle competition, in which he was forced to battle alongside Ash. During a battle against Zangoose and Metagross, Chimchar was too scared to make any attacks when caught in Zangoose's claws. After the battle, Paul released Chimchar in front of Ash, who then invited him to join his team. And giving away his Azumarill. Paul was first seen using Azumarill for his battle with Roark in Shapes of Things to Come, attempting to use the type of advantage over the Rock-type Pokemon. However, Roark's Geodude and had a little trouble in defeating the Water Pokemon, deflecting while Hydro Pump with Hidden Power, knocking out with Rollout. Unsatisfied with this loss, Paul gave Azumarill away to a little boy during a gruff act to follow, claiming that he had no potential to improve and there was no point in wasting his time on it. This infuriated Ash, pushing this rivalry even further. Azumarill's no moves were Hydro Pump and Water Gun. His achievements, it could be assumed that Paul has at least 8 gym badges from each Hoenn, Johto, and Kanto. He was entered all 3 from their championship competitions. Bro, it's 550. I gotta go. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. Paul with the Relic Badge. Sinnoh badges, then listing the badges that the Paul has obtained in the Sinnoh regions. He has the Cold Badge from Shape Things to Come. Cobble Badge from prior to the Lost Leader strategy. Relic Badge from prior to aiding the enemy. 4 Unknown Badges prior to Double Time Battle Training. Mind Badge prior to the Double Time Battle Training as well. Pokemon League. Pokemon has competed in the Pokemon League Conference. Evergrande Conference, unknown prior to 2 degrees of separation. Silver Conference, unknown prior to the 2 degrees of separation. Indigo Plateau Conference, unknown prior to the 2 degrees of separation. Lily of the Valley Conference, top 8 battling a Thaw in relations. Pokemon competitions, as we got another one in the books, 1340. Paul has competed in the following Pokemon competition: Hearthome City Battle Tag Battle Competition, winner alongside with Ash and Smells Like Team Spirit. Squallville Pokeringer, runner-up, pursuing a lofty goal. And then there's the gallery. Paul, after winning the Hearthome City Tag Battle Competition, is a picture of Torterra, Electabuzz, and Ash's Pokemon and such. Let's see. I'm almost finished. There's trivia. I think I should read. There's so much. Jesus. Okay, well, we're gonna have to cut it here. I can't really continue it anymore, but yeah, that is gonna be it for this video. For the next time, we're gonna watch another one of the Poke Shorts. I'll tell you about that. We'll resume with the Paul trivia storyline, and then we're also gonna talk about the Pokemon short for the 11th movie and all that stuff. And we're gonna do, of course, more grinding by finding the ever elusive, vintage Eevee. But if you like this episode, don't forget to press that like button. If you really like this episode, please consider subscribing. If you consider subscribing yet, please watch another one of my videos. I play the video games. Any of you like playing video games, you might like my stuff. With that being said, I gotta go. I'm sorry for the abrupt ending. We'll see you tomorrow. But yeah, White Tigers, Dragons to you, and you've been scarred by the night. I'm out!